I might have started a little bit too early, just to be sure we were here for this. One of the things I like to do when doing fishing on ocean fishing is see how many people have which different outfits as we're doing it. Speak of the devil. So this is ocean fishing. Fishing, mining, and botanist all have their own kind of instance content, which helps them to level, but also to get achievements, and of course to get materials. We'll actually discuss the botanist and miner stuff much later when we get to Heaven's Word. But ocean fishing is right here. One of the cooler things they do, of the people in here, I believe it's actually 24. Sorry, Rex. They'll cut, all of these are static, like the people and the emotes and the animations they're doing are static, but the person who gets in those slots is randomized. So apparently we're doing krill first. Now, let's talk about the good thing about ocean fishing. The good thing... That's a weird outfit. Any other weird outfits today? Eh, not really. A couple people in my outfits. Nice spot here. We're doing krill first. And we fish. So I can actually show you fishing now. So let's talk about the good part. This is a great way to level fishing. Speaking from personal experience, especially if you know what you're doing, you can absolutely slam through levels with ocean fishing. If you actually, somehow, have the availability to do ocean fishing every 2 hours, because as you've seen, these happen every 2 hours on the dot, that's 2 hours real time, obviously, then you can level fishing probably in a couple of days. Now, I only had availability to do fishing like once every week or so, because my schedule doesn't allow for me to be available at a specific time of the day. But despite that, I still was able to level very quickly in ocean fishing. There are ways to speed it up. There's manuals, which effectively give you artificial rested exp, to put it simply. Yeah, let's go ahead and show this off a little bit. There's a guild thing for the free company, which you can use, which increases the amount of experience you get just from gathering. And you can drink, or have any food buff, which tacks on a bonus 3%, or actually 6% on top of that. In short, you can really stagger the experience bonuses to just absolutely gain a crap ton of experience while fishing. So this is what I was talking about earlier. I have the one buff up. It lasts for a minute. And every time something comes up, if it's small or large, I have to use the right ability, 3 for large, 4 for small, in order to grab it. Now, you get tons of fish from this, which you can deconstruct into materials. You can just sell them for money. It's not a lot of money, I'm going to be honest with you. But it does actually, it pays for itself. Like, the amount of money you spend on bait will 100% be gotten back from the fish you catch. So, at the very least, you will not let net lose, even if you don't gain a large amount of money. There are achievements. You may notice on the right side of the screen there, I've got a little window that shows what I've been capturing and how many points they're worth. There are achievements for getting, I want to say, plus 5,000 and plus 10,000 points on a single fishing voyage. I've actually gotten the 5,000 one. I don't believe I've gotten the 10,000 one. I've also never tried, because that requires different strategies than just trying to get as much experience as possible. The size and difficulty of the catch, the number of stars, and the overall size of the catch do change how much experience you get, so you can see why my overall strategy would be slightly different than norm, because the whole point when leveling is just to catch as many fish as fast as humanly possible. So that's all the good parts of ocean fishing. It's also a nice little instance thing. There's actually a vendor right over there who sells you bait on the off chance you run out, which has happened. Oh, and you see these stacks of buff? That's what I can use over here on my 7 ability in order to gain my GP back, in order to just use more abilities, which I'm obviously not doing. I'm also getting pretty bad procs. There are a few things that I have to rely on certain catches in order to be able to even see. Like this here, so I can do a surface slap to prevent myself from getting that same fish a second time. So there's a bunch of abilities you can use. It's more in-depth than it could be. It is also not as in-depth as it could be. I will say that within the limitations of FF14's engine, this is actually pretty decent. They've done some decent stuff here. Oh, no bait specified. Hang on, let's switch over here. Now. Oh, it's actually supposed to be plump. Whoops. Whatever. There is another thing. Rather, there's another problem. Whether this is a good or a bad thing is probably a little bit up to you. But this ocean fishing thing is extraordinarily random. Excuse me, my throat's still giving me some issues. When I say random, you don't understand. So each specific ocean fishing voyage will give specific areas. We know this in advance because it's on a schedule. But what that means is the specific voyage you go on will have a certain group of things you can catch, and some things you can't catch, right? So that's problem number one. Problem number two is, of course, the fish you catch will be random. Okay, that's kind of normalized. But then you add in problem number three. Problem number three is that there are random buffs you can get, which change what you can catch and how you can catch it. Then there's problem number four. Those things stack with each other. So you can get dolphins, which increase certain things from showing up. Whoops. You get the face vanishing into the depths. That's so actually the thing that happened before the face showed up. So the face showing up, the dolphins, and the seagulls are all things that can increase chances of certain things happening. All of that's random. So if we're paying attention, we're 4 layers deep on random. But hang on, there's actually a 5th layer of randomness. And that is if you catch a spectral thing, and I'm not even 100% sure how that works, because I actually caught a spectral fish earlier in this very thing, and nothing happened. I can prove it. It's right there. Spectral megalodon right there, see? So, you can trigger a spectral current. Now, a spectral current is... I just caught another one. Another spectral megalodon. A spectral current is when you kind of shift into a spectral area, and the catch rate changes, what you can catch changes, and the speed at which you catch things change. So the amount of gear you need, the speed at which you catch things, and what you can catch, all of those change in a spectral current. Spectral currents are how you max this out. But getting a spectral current is a rare thing, and it only happens on a random chance, and it can only happen once per zone. By the way, each of these zones are timed. You'll notice we're at 45 seconds, so if we spawn a spectral current right now, we're screwed. I'm not even sure if that can happen. Because, effectively, when you get down to 30 seconds, you have done your last toss. Because then you'll be forced to stop, and then we'll move on to the next area. Yeah, if you actually want to maximize, you have to get 3 spectral currents. Which is random, on top of random, on top of random, on top of random. I'm not making that up. And then, you see, you're forced to do this. Looks like there's krill for the next... I'll go ahead and buy some more krill. Why not, while we're here? Let's get a few. Yeah. Back to my spot. Yeah, the ocean fishing is a good idea, and if all you're interested in is leveling or just catching fish and having fun with it, sure. If you're trying to get the achievements, which get you pets and mounts, by the way, or titles, you're going to be random face grinding your face off in order to make that happen. So that's the downside of ocean fishing. In short, what I'm honestly thinking for ocean fishing, by the way, when did they add ocean fishing? Is a positive and a negative. A positive for being a good idea with some good implementation and legitimate benefits, and a downside for being extraordinarily random on top of random, on top of random, on top of random, on top of random. Let's switch over to krill. Consequently, we'll be starting the Fisher's quests right after this. Also, I'm surprised only one person's there. Usually when I do things, everyone kind of stretches out and gets their own spot. This exact spot is my general spot. Sometimes I'll get the opposite over there or on the things. But one of the 4 corners here are my usual spots. The thing is, Usually when I do this, there's a lot of people who go up on that, I actually don't know what it's called, the pointy thing at the front of the ship. And they decide that is the best place to fish. You notice there's one person out there right now. For some reason, everyone loves that. What's really cool about this, I'm not just mentioning the positioning things for the fun of it. There's another reason I'm mentioning it. Well, okay, there's your spectral current. That was fast, too. This is what a spectral current looks like. You notice that that next catch happened almost immediately. Oh, I could have mooched there. Oh, whatever. And you notice how quickly that one happens? You see what I meant about earlier? So I can actually show you this on camera. This is great. Yeah, this is the fish your brains out moment right here. I've actually wondered that too, Reggie. Because, yeah, you can see we're kind of in an ethereal current here. Arguably, there probably shouldn't even be fish here. I did mention the mount. Yes, Pillars of Snow. And yes, Lunator, today we're covering all crafting content. I'm hopeful to smash through all of it today. We'll see. There's a lot of crafting classes. I'm going to speed it up with some money. Okay, notice how my score is skyrocketing, by the way, just from this one ether current. You'll also notice we're almost entirely gathering fish that are specifically etheric fish, as opposed to regular fish. Not always. I'm going to be 100% honest. I'm not quite sure what's happening here whenever this happens. I don't think we literally move. I think it's more likely that a current of ether just happens to be magnified going through here. And it essentially carries fish through, like a school of fish, you know? Like, what do they call it? There's actual jets in the oceans in real life that fish run through as currents. I can't remember what they're called. They're in Finding Nemo, if nothing else, but, you know, that's also a real life thing. Oh yeah, I should probably mention... Sorry, I didn't even mention this. We also have Voyage Missions. If you see that in the upper right there, it's kind of hard to see. There, you can kind of see it there. So I'm supposed to catch 5 sharks, which have cost 0 so far. 5 fish that are 3 rated or higher, and 11 fish with a strong bite or higher. Each of those missions I accomplish gives me another bonus points at the end of the fishing expedition. So getting those 3 missions, getting 3 etheric currents, and getting good luck on drops is how you would actually be able to get a max score. Now hang on, it's actually worse than that. Because in addition to all of that, you also need to be prepped properly. Now, we've had the great fortune of someone in chat who has been telling us which bait we want to use for each area, but actually that's not quite 100% true. Each bait, and there's an entire website, if you literally Google FF14 ocean fishing, you will find a website completely dedicated to keeping track of what you should use where and when. And in each area, you should use different things to catch different things to min-max your output. So you can mitigate the RNG a little bit, but only a little. So what are we thinking? Plus, minus? Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm going to go and stop fishing now. Oh yeah, there's also like a group bonus thing. There's other things I'm not even talking about. I'm just going to sell all these fish here. Get all this stuff out of my inventory. Do a little inventory sorting while I'm at it. I don't think I need any of that stuff anymore. I should mention that fishing in general has gotten substantially better over the years. I actually remember fishing very early on. You didn't used to have the boing over your head to tell you when you had a hook. You see those little dots? That was apparently something they added to make that even better. That was after I quit fishing, and before I started fishing again. I don't use it. It's I don't remember what it is. It's one of these things. I might have pulled it up my bar, actually. Yeah, fishing kind of sucked for a long time. Let's just put that as bluntly as we can. Fishing has definitely improved. Oops, wrong thing. Repair our gear while we're here. Yeah, there's a reason I gave up on fishing so early on. Something I'm not even ashamed of. There we go. Yeah, it's funny. So, in preparatory for this run, everyone's like, you need to raise fishing. I actually had Fisher. And I had fishing at, like, level 3 or something like that. Because I had started fishing, and that's about as far as I got. Now, what's doubly funny is I had to unlock ocean fishing, which actually required me to do the second fishing quest, which I think was Gigapudding's problem earlier. Oh, it's just the outfit I have on. Yeah, it's not quite as interesting as Botanist and Miner, and frankly, it's not as worthwhile either. This is substantially more in the realm of minigame, whereas Botanist and Miner can get you legitimate stuff, which can not only make you a decent amount of money, but can also be used for crafting, which we've already talked about a little bit. I'm kind of hoping Sanctuary comes with its own stuff, too. I don't mind minigame stuff, don't mistake me. It's just, it's minigame stuff. Like, I'm the person who was pissed off when people said that there was no benefit to playing the Pokemon pet game over in WoW. You know what the benefit was? It was fun. Don't mistake me, I enjoy a benefit being added to gameplay loop, but God's sakes, it was there because it was fun. You know? Probably not, Dr. Winter. I don't have that problem in general. Now, Blue Mage just sucks. I spit upon Blue Mage. Patooey. I'm being facetious. Blue Mage is fine, I just don't enjoy it, personally. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. When side content becomes mandatory, we have Shadowlands. That's a great way to phrase that. There's nothing wrong with optional content. There really isn't. It's also related to why optional content is no defense against positives or negatives. Just because it's optional doesn't mean it doesn't get reviewed, right? Hey, look. It's the hardest raid in the game right over there. That's Cape Westwind. Hey, there's the Waking Sands, too. I'm not sure what that island is over there, honestly. What else we got? There's Ul'dah. You can see it from here. Pharaoh Sirius should be visible, but I don't see it. And don't tell me that's it, because it's not repaired. And it doesn't have a giant chunk of corrupted ether coming out of it. Oh yeah, the Ancient Cave is a great example of optional content that sucks! And the fact that it's optional will not diminish the negatives that I will heap upon it. Oh, you're right, it is. My bad. You're right. Pharos is Laodicea. Damn it! That would mean... So if that's where we are, that would mean we're actually here. So, Laodicea, that's actually Laodicea over there. That's what I'm looking at. But yeah, plus to gameplay, ocean fishing. Holy crap. So I want to stress this. 2 ether currents in 1 ocean fishing is actually kind of nuts. This is really surprising, getting 2 ether currents in 1 ocean trip. Damn. Sorry, Rax. I'd leave, but, you know, It's gonna end in 4 minutes. I guess I could. Can I just leave? Yeah, I'll just leave. So anyways. Hyrax. This, I actually did want to kind of show this off. This little guy, I think I actually have this, I just haven't claimed it, is one of the rewards. It's actually one of the cuter minions. This dinky little shark. It's really cute. I love it. It's no, you know, Puff of Darkness, but it's pretty legit. I like it. It's probably my second favorite pet in the game. Other than the sex doll pet, obviously. Alright, so, let's move on to the auction house. What? Did I say something weird? Hang on. I think I have it. This anatomically accurate representation of Minbrita was secretly crafted by none other than Urianger. What he did with it before it passed into your hands is a tale best left untold. I just realized I forgot where the auction house is in Lanicea, or Limsa Lamensa. It's just up here. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know about that until the Rabtoons. Okay, so I gotta buy a bunch of stuff, so give me a sec. Nobody say anything horrible in chat, because I can't see chat right now. Yeah, take that however you want. Alright, so I need a bunch of stuff here. Hopefully I can buy all this on the auction house and really speed this up. Thank you, people who dump stuff on the auction house, which includes me, I might add. I actually make it... I've said this before. Come on. They must know, Rax! They must know the dark secrets. No, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. Be of still heart, my friends. One of the things I do as a regular process in this game, and this is... I mean this, I'm not actually joking, is I'll make it a point to dump all my excess stuff on the auction house for basically nothing. And you might be wondering, why? Because there's always someone, somewhere, who needs that random stuff for some random quest somewhere. Right? Like me, right now, for example. So even though these are dinky, low-level, level 25 catfish that nobody cares about, I need these right now. Unfortunately, that one is 90,000 gold, but whatever, boop. Whatever. This one is less than 90,000 gold. That's always a nice benefit. Oh yeah, the auction house in WoW, especially nowadays, I hate to keep comparing this to WoW, but WoW did a massive overhaul of the auction house, and I mean an under-the-hood overhaul of the auction house. And God, not only was it overdue, but it made it really, really good. Like, I cannot gush enough about how the auction house functions on WoW right now. It's amazeballs. Oh, $14,000 for a single fish. What is this, old How much of this do I need? Damn it, I've limited track. There we go. 5 of these. No. 5. There we go. I mean, in fairness, I barely use my gil anyways, so this kind of stuff is what it's there for. I already dumped a few million into the guild fund back when I was making money, which is the only other reason I cared about money in this game. I actually took out a loan. No joke. I said, hey, everyone, give me a loan so I can max out my money, or my culinarian. And then I did it, and then I made money off of culinarian, and then I repaid it. Weird, I know, right? So obviously you can tell I have a bad credit rating because I repaid my loan. How many of these do I need? Just one. And one last thing. Okay. What is this, then? Oh, that's just the go-to for Ishgard. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. Alright, so that's that. We're going to be here a minute. Here, let me scooch this to the side so I can see the question block here. This is a great time for Q&A. I actually wanted to do this off camera, but I didn't have time. So, this is a great time for Q&A right about now. Let's do it this way. I literally don't have enough screen space for everything I need to be looking at right now. It's great. Here, we'll do it this way. There we go. So we're going to be here a minute. Okay. Hang on. Let's see where we're at with Carpenter. My first saw. Yep, we're on the first quest. As expected. Clearly hazardous. And yes, this is a choice by me because this is the most visible UI setting for me personally, the gray thing. Oh, you're talking about the chat in here? Oh, yeah, no, this is all me. I do this. That's all color customized because this game, sadly, does not have as many chat options as I would like. So I use what I can to try and distinguish what I can. Okay. Oh, jeez, this is going to get irritating. Let's see, I've already spent about 120,000 gil, and over half of that was literally on a single item. There's something that's funny. You get flocks all fashion. It makes sense. It lines up. But yeah, for example, some other MMOs have an option to, for example, color the name of the person differently so you can distinguish who's talking a little bit better. And you can customize that, of course. Or you can toggle that off if you just don't want to deal with it. What's my inventory space doing? Getting full. Getting full. Let's do Carpenter first. Why does everyone keep sending me friend requests? God damn it. Leave me alone. Alright. Nobody wants to be my friend. Angst, angst, angst. I will sure you as much as you want, Giga. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Why are these 17,000? Okay, hang on. Iron Lance, right? Why is this nonsense 8 frickin' bajillion thousand? Okay, hang on. So I need an elm, one elm, 2 iron, and a hard. I can just do this. No. Does no one sell 1 elm? Of course they don't. Why would they? Why would people sell individual stuff? That would suck. Guild Wars 2 has a decent auction as well. Excuse me. I just need 2 of these. No questions. I finally open up the QA block and no one's talking to me. I might as well just quit streaming for the next hour while I do all this stuff. I could also put this off, too, which is something that's occurring to me more and more as I sit here and think about it. I need one of these. I also need a level 1 materia. I don't know the name of any materia. Where's materia on this stupid list? There it is. Hey, Savage Aim! Why is that 3,000? How about Savage Might? There we go, 700. That sounds more acceptable. Here, synthesize. What? Oh, for God's sakes. Synthesize! No, Catabo. I didn't see it at all. Wait a minute, are you secretly lying to me? Hang on. Let me make sure this is high quality. There we go. And then let's go ahead and do, this, I guess. No. Where's... Oh my god, I don't even have it on my bar, do I? What's the button to increase progress? There we go, synthesis. There it is, I found it. Hey! Yeah, I've crafted lately, you can tell. Where's that stupid spear I just did? There it is. Thankfully I can meld my own stuff, so yes. Meld. Yes. Yes. Meld. There we go. Okay, that's done. Listen, Rax! All I'm saying is that I usually craft with macros, and that's just how that is. Thank you, Catabo, very, very much. I do appreciate your sub, even though I missed it. And it looks like you said, I hate you in your stupid, stupid face. Well, I appreciate that, but you can't really put that towards FF14. We're kind of doing it. I guess that's not true. There is actually one thing, so fine, I'll put it towards the Endwalker patch content, because that is actually a thing. Now, where was I? What are you wearing on your head, Gigapudding? Okay, hang on. So let's grab a couple things here. There we go. Disco says, have you ever almost answered to someone saying lore in real life? I have not almost answered to someone saying that in real life. I have actually answered to people saying that in real life. That is a pretty normal thing, honestly. So, yeah. Some of my friends have gotten so used to calling me Lore for the sake of safety on the stream that they will call me Lore off camera, and I'm okay with that. So now we need to start getting high quality stuff. At a certain point in the quest, they mandate you get high quality instead of regular quality. So we're going to start being a little more expensive here. I may need to get a small loan from Rax here. Not now, obviously, but if I'm doing this for every single crafter item, well, this is going to be a thing. There's 14,000 gil for that one. You've actually already introduced me to Teamcraft. Yep, I'm gonna need a small loan of a few million gil, maybe. I might not. Who knows? Not right now. Not right now. I actually don't even know if I'll need it. I'm just making fun, really, of how expensive this is going to be. Okay, who are you and what have you done with Rax? The Rax I know is swimming in gil. Ah! Oh my god, this is honestly going to be much more expensive than I was thinking. This might actually be terrible. People are way overcharging for these things. I know what you're thinking. Just make your own, Lore. Yeah, time. I'd rather overpay than overtime. I suppose I should clarify it. I'd rather overpay in money than overpay in time. That's actually a much better way to put that. Come on. Is it as fast as this, Rax? Because I somehow doubt it. Okay, rather than continuing to do this, let's stop at Crafter, or Carpenter for the moment. Let's go do some fishing quests. Fishing. Let's get away from these weirdos. I don't know what they're all about. Alright, so when last we started... What is that outfit? What is that? Okay, yeah, no, those are spiked heels. Jeez Louise. That looks extremely uncomfortable. When last we started the gathering quest for fishing, it was like, hey, you want to fish? And I was like, yeah, okay. And they were like, cool! And they shoved a rod into my face and said, go fish some stuff off the pier 5 feet from here. And I'm like, oh, okay. I caught the fish you wanted me to. Good! And then I went and did ocean fishing. So that's actually as far as I've gotten with the fishing quest. But again, that's on purpose, because I wanted to do it on camera. And screw New Game Plus, am I right? So, having caught the stuff right outside... Yeah, I smell you haven't been neglecting your duties. I'm level 90. A commendable attitude. No one's ever gotten worse at anything by practicing. Then again, you can't expect the same old tricks to work with new fish. Big ones don't grow to be that way, chasing everything that wiggles on a hook. To catch the fish you want, you must first know what the fish wants. Only once their prize is at stake can you tantalize and tempt your prey to taste the forbidden tackle. Anchovies may be willing to settle for lugworms, but harbor herring have a discerning palate that prefers pillbugs. By the way, I should mention there's like 50 different kinds of bait in this game. I might be lowballing that. We only use 4 technically for ocean fishing. But there is so much. So many different baits in so many different areas. Some of the fish you can only catch at certain times of day. Some of the fish you can only catch under certain weather. This is why I just went ahead and bought all the fish, because I'm not dealing with any of that nonsense for the sake of the stream. Don't take my word for it. Go see for yourself. Catch these local herring. In case you have a mind to return to your previous spot, you should know fish aren't as foolish as you think. Keep your casting the line in the same waters. You'll find fewer folk will take the bait. Bring me 3 harbor herrings. Okay. Hey! Good job. They all do this. There's nothing better than salted harbor herring. Except for fried harbor herring. Or grilled? No, definitely salted. Salted pork, or herring. You know, in the yesteryears of my youth, I used to get every fish I yanked out to yield a bigger one. A good gamble until the game got gargantuan. Guess I got greedy. Where'd you... Well, sometimes it's best to throw back the big ones. Good gods, what's a guildmaster got to do to garner a grain of gratitude? Acting respectable would be a start. Respectable? I sailed the seas and snared everything that swam in them. And that would be an accomplishment if by everything that swam in them, you meant fish and not lady divers. All you ever brought back were stories about carousing with trollops. That is not the response to that accusation. But chauvinism is just a red herring. The harbor herring are what's important. Namely, the lesson of thinking from the perspective of the fish when selecting the bait. In that regard, I can say you have the mind of a fish. So here's a treat. Some of it might seem like gibberish at first, but as you make observations and jot notes, eventually all of it will be gibberish. That might be the best summary of fishing I've ever heard. Fishing, so yeah, the fishing, log works the same way as the other two, botanist and miner. What's that in your eye? I know that glimmer. It's the eye of the fisher, and I think that's Leander. Nice armor. It's the thrill of the bite, rising up to the challenge of our rival. Keep that spark alive, friend. You don't want to end up like Wawalago. Not that I'm worried about you. Oh, yes, I can see it. There's a fire inside you, burning for fish. More fish. Bigger fish. Sorry. He's turning into an orc there. It is time to feed that fire for fish. I'm going to paint my fishing rod red. Today is the day you catch your first big one. No one ever forgets their thirst. Journey forth to the banks of the Nim and catch this one specific thing. It requires your perception stat to be higher, so you're going to have to gear up. Okay, I did it. Yeah, exactly. I cast fish. Damn it. Depending on your perspective, you've either rescued or abducted the princess. A prim and proper princess she is. We'll rear her as a royal roast, a feast fit for a king. The king can keep his fancy feast. Any fisherman worth her salt prefers her trout prepared simply. Said like a surly, salty-mouthed sea hag. Hand her over here and heed how the cultured classes cook. A fine day it'll be when I take cultural lessons from you. Besides, I didn't send Lorak to get that river to fetch a fish for you. I sent him to get a fish for me. Why are so many of these Lalafels? I just realized that. So many of these crafter-gatherer quests are run by Lalafels. Anyways, lesson. As you should have learned, catching a proper fish requires perseverance. And this plump princess trout can testify to that. Continue to apply the lessons, and before you know it, you'll be swimming in fish. Doesn't that sound appetizing? No. I've been thinking, Lore. Now that you can catch more fish than you can eat, it's about time you learned a little about the art of fishmongering. Normally, customers purchase fish that have already been caught, but a certain Kirin sailor has a penchant for freshness. Unfortunately, the fishermen who usually fill his orders have all somewhat ironically gone fishing. So I turned to you. Hoping you could talk to him or at least listen to him. Yeah, sure. Cool armor. Chichurun, the sailor sails the seas. You, the fisherman, fish the fish? Looking as lookout, Chichurun spots in water. Jumping silverfish jump, flashing silver flashes. Chichurun wished to taste silverfish taste. Chichurun pay good silver if you fish silver fish. Okay. Well, okay. Hey, I've got some fresh fish. Maybe. Okay, maybe I don't. Hang on, let me go over here. I gotta catch my fresh fish, excuse me. Since when is it civil to sneak up and scare your seniors? I suddenly suspect Sisyphus sent you to slit my stomach. That woman's well aware of my weakness. If she's going to shout about the way I shove down shrimp, she should know better than to leave them showing on the shelf. Or is that not why you're here? Setting table, setting aside. I'll bet you shelves to shellfish I know what the kicker and spied. If it was silver and sauntered while skimming the sea, I'm somewhat certain he saw a navigator's dagger. Oh my god, the alliteration. Daggers don't lend themselves to Laminson's liking, but the settlers of the southern isles stir them into soup stock. You can find them by the brewer's beacon. Snaring one is a slippery slight for a starter, but a flitting flick of the fist for a fisherman with a gull's eye like you have. Now, daggers are drawn to decoys that dangle, so do yourself a favor and fetch some rat tails. Yeah. Okay, well, I got your fresh frickin' fish. There's my alliteration. I know it's not as impressive. Yes, I caught your fish. It's extremely fresh. The shiny, smelly smell. Cannot wait to tasty taste. Well, looks like we found the fish you were after. You find. Maybe Chuchura on season with season or smoke with smoke. Maybe grill on grill. Many cooking options for cook. Wow, you're certainly putting a great deal of thought into this. Chuchuron gifted with feast on feast gift. Best Chuchuron regards you with Chuchuron's best regards. We're always grateful for your patronage, Chutron. Now pay up! Okay. Meanwhile, I don't think that's good for your armor, Leander. Glad you're able to handle that sudden request. So many of these freeloading fishermen can't be bothered to stay ashore for more than a day at a time. You are more reliable. I can think of at least one kickerin who would agree. Anyways, that was fishmongering. Sure. You might recall Chucharoon, the babble-spewing fish connoisseur. Maybe not, but he certainly recalls it. It was 5 seconds ago! Apparently there aren't enough fish in the sea, so he set his sights on freshwater fish. He's even tried catching them himself, although that's proved problematic so far. While Kikkorin possesses a healthy appetite for fish, they lack the necessary patience and often end up eating their own bait. The problem has a relatively straightforward solution, employing a lure in the place of a live bait. Unfortunately, this solution requires a roundabout demonstration, as Chucharoon does not readily accept the concept of inedible bait. So, go teach him how to do that. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm well aware of Shentoto. I never got why she was so popular. She actually has a voice actress in Dissidia where she actually speaks her lines, and it's exactly what it sounds like. How can lure bait fish without bait? Behold! My power. You truly fish trout using fake food? Indeed, for all the fish know, the lure may as well be alive. Fish are very stupid, you see. Lure skillfully used them to catch these tasty tasties. You see, Chucharoon, deception lies at the heart of fishing. Yes, lies lie at the heart of fishing. Chucharoon no fool, Chucharoon fool fish. Precisely. Well, I trust we've managed to lure, guide you to the path of self-sufficient fishing. Alright, you're familiar with the Culinarians Guild, are you not? I am a level 90 Culinarian, yes. If you couldn't tell by its supercilious name, their members are a finicky bunch, particularly Master Lingsath. Somebody came asking for a shadow catfish. This is the one that cost me 90,000 gil. No other fish will do, even if I kindly explain that fishing one out involves an arduous journey to Falgard float, followed by grueling labor. So naturally, I thought of you. This will likely require a bit of fish wheeling, if you know what I mean, though I imagine you do not, as I just invented that word. It means recasting a fish you've just caught as bait for a larger fish. In my wisdom, I have deemed that your fishing prowess, landfaring acumen, and physical presence directly in front of me qualify you as the ideal candidate for the job. You are wonderfully honest, ma'am. Yep, I have to catch A, and then use it to catch B. That's actually called mooching. Here's my 90,000 gil investment. Lingsath ought to crack a smile when he glimpses this beauty. They say never to look a gift fish in the mouth, but one can't help but stare at that gaping grimace. It looks like it could swallow a person whole. I'm sure the fish of Gridania are none too displeased to see this one leave the water. I heard the Yarzans covet the fish, too, although sometimes migrating north and attacking fishermen in hope of stealing the catch. I suppose I should have warned you about that ahead of time. I don't see what all the fuss is about. For all the lengths one need travel and dangers one need brave, the fish tastes a little better than mud. Psst. Pardon me, but perhaps I might persuade you to prepare them in a proper bath. Water washes off the waste you can't wipe away, but invisible vapors only vanish with vinegar. You must mind the mud you can't see. Speaking of the mud you can't see, where did you come from? A good guildmaster gusts in and out and goes out of gale. Now you see me, now you don't. You're still standing there. But that's neither here nor there. There are a few fishermen who could haul in the catch you did today. Yeah, I wonder who did it, because they certainly charged me an arm and a leg for it. And I get what? Let's see here. 400 gil out of it. The catfish you pitched for Lingsath has raised quite a stir. He was so pleased with the quality and quickness of the delivery he's been raving about you to anyone in earshot. Now the word swirling around Limsa of a fabled fisherman has reached the ears of your fellow guildmates. Although most of them have no idea who you are, it doesn't stop the lazy sunbathers from fabricating folk stories about you. I heard he killed a primal. I heard he killed the ultimate weapon. I heard he killed Bahamut itself. Just stories. So, the goblins have come to insist your help. Toctix is a friend of Chucharoon's, and we're somewhat obligated to hear him out, though I don't expect him to be much more intelligible. Loath though I am to admit it, we'll most likely need Wawalago again. Is that Goblinist? I feel like that's Goblinist. Chucharoon told many glory tales of mighty Fishbringer to Toctix. Toctix is friend. Chucharoon is friend. Fishbringer is friendly friend. Yes? Moon was shining on easter seas of Lanosia when most lovely fish appeared. Toctix wonders if friendly friend Fishbringer can bring back lovely fish from Moonsea. Yeah, sure. Let's talk to... This quest! Oh my god! We have to talk to a Kikiran, a goblin, and an alliterative Lullafellan. So a goblin gets a glimpse of some gulls, and I'm to guess the game. Naturally, I know what you need to net. I'm only surprised you saw fit to solicit my support. The moment you mentioned the moon of the easter seas of Lanosia, I figured out the frisky fish you're fixing to fetch. Full moon sardines. Schools of striplings migrate under moonlight through straits of Melthor and return to their mothers or meet their makers. Tastiest time to take them, too. Pluck them plumb in their prime. From dusk till dawn, droves dip and dive down Bloodshore. Spinning spoon, worms in the water will snag you some sardines and sate your sponsor. Yeah, that's just the fishing quest chain, is blah, 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 blah. There you go. God, I could see that, Dakota. Ah, yes, Fishbringer has brought lovely fish of Moonsea. First eye catch of lovely fish is still fresh in brain case of Toctix. Toctix has dreams of tasty lovely fish. Friendly friend Fishbringer has made true Toctix's big dreams. Glory tales of Chucharoon are no silly babble. Fishbringer is Fishbringer of fairy legends. Toctix makes sure every gobby knows Fishbringer fairy legend. Please don't. Please don't. I don't want my legend spread amongst the goblins. Congratulations! Fame with fast-trading goblins is liable to bring you fortune. Yeah, can I have my 90,000 back? You might want to find a less pungent title so as not to bring away other prospective patrons. But what's in a title? That which we call a Fishbringer by any other name would smell as sweet. Is that a dig? Your goblin-friendly friend was looking for you earlier. He was hoping you'd make his fishiest fantasies come true. He recalled a dish that tickled his fancy some years ago and now needs you to procure the necessary fish for him. The desert catfish, as it is apparently called, is indigenous to, and this is the mind-boggling part, the desert. Toctix spoke of a trapper named Lula who fished out one of the forgotten springs in the southern reaches of Thanalin. Do I have... Okay. I like gobby music, too. Forward and back, and go forward and back. God, I'm gonna meme on that so hard when we get to that fight. I want everyone in chat to just meme the hell out of that fight when we get there. Also, I hate that fight. It's my least favorite... second least favorite fight in Alexander. A friend of Toctix, you say? Sure, Doom fished my fair share of desert catfish. Never eaten them, though. Only used them as sandworm bait. Go to the right place. Here's all the details for how to gather one. Okay, we successfully gathered one. Ooh, oh, that was rough. Can I go back and turn it in now, please? Cruise Chaser kind of sucks, honestly, as a fight. It's got some issues with it. It's a little bit too in terms of its indicators. And instead of being cool or interesting, it just comes across as irritating. I will admit I also have very bad memories of that fight, which contributes to that, but I'm not a big fan of the fight regardless. It was one of the first fights in this game I wiped on a whole lot. Hey, I got your fish. Yes, I brought the tasty fresh fish cat in Sandylands for friendly friend. Yeah, I don't know if I can attest to its freshness. God damn it, Kira White Noise. Fine! It's okay, I just bought one at the auction house. Toctix is Thanksgiving to Fishbringer for lip-smacking Fishcat. God, this is hard to read out loud. Fishcat nose strings make for strengthful satchel strands. Toctix trades tongue flaps with Lingsath for fancy cooking a Fishcat in Bismarck. Wait, what? Lingsath only fancy cooks after shoplock because of strengthful Fishcat odor. Fishbringer makes Toctix one happy gobby. I'm sure it is, USN Corp. And it's built out of its bones! Just the fisher I was hoping to see. Uncanny timing as always. I was just here. The celebrity you've achieved with has resulted in more obscure requests than I know what to do with. Your dune fishing escapades in particular have raised eyebrows. The truly eccentric request I've seen turned to fit to turn away, but who can say no to the Bruguiere Consortium? I, for one, cannot, but perhaps you'll have something to say when you speak with Sybil. Alright, and how do you speak, since everyone in this quest speaks weird? Lore, I take it. The legend said you were rugged, but failed to mention how delectable you are as well. Ma'am. Okay. I have no doubt our time together will be advantageous to us both. See you around, Dakota. To business, then. I want you to bring me rain collars from Gridania's Jadeite flood. However, there's a catch to this catch. The rain collars spend most of their time lying dormant on the bed of the water, active only when the rains come. This is a tutorial for weather-related catches. Keep an eye to the skies, and you'll need the fish to be aroused so they bite the bait. Stem borers are most effective, so I'm told. As to why we want them, the fish are prized by wealthy Uldans for possessing certain properties, and it is custom of the Bruguiere Consortium to fulfill unconventional needs and desires. So, you're going to have to go and... Wait, you already have them on you? Holy crap! How did you know? Or maybe what I would be like... And that's the only response she gets. I knew you were a right lad for the job. Who else could deliver such rare and virile specimens? Lady? These will suit the Uldan's purpose quite well. The elder males have led us to believe that ingesting the rain colors will endow them with vigor. No one knows whether it is true, and I don't personally care to find out. I only know that the rich men will stop at nothing to recapture their former glory, and so these fish should fetch a fair price at the market. Can I have a chunk of that? Speaking of fetching, I'm quite impressed with your handiwork. Lady! God damn. Are you the Jessie of FF14? Of course, you've pleased more than just the consortium. I look forward to seeing more of you. Next. God damn. 2 more for fishing. So you haven't forgotten the old Fisherman's Guild? Good to see all that prestige and glamour that accompanies fishing stardom hasn't gone to your head. Shove. Just into the water. It's a wonder your head hasn't popped, what with all the sardine and catfish fables inflating your legend to prodigious proportions. Ma'am, I will later on fish up Bismarck. That's not a joke. And to think I knew when you were still dredging anchovies out of the muck. Ugh, rest assured, whatever greatness you go on to achieve, you'll always be the sorry scrap of kelp that floated into the guild that one fateful day, as far as I'm concerned. I repeat, shove. Now go speak with Sybil and see her request. Didn't you notice her? No, actually. Ah, lore. The libidinous? What the... Okay, I don't know what that word means, and that's a rarity. Libidinous. Hang on.
Libidinous.
Nope, I'm pronouncing it right. Showing excessive sexual drive. The libidinous lords of Ul'dah were terribly excited by the rain colors you reeled in, sending our profits soaring accordingly. And so I come with yet another challenge before. That would be great, Blade Torval. Like, after we beat Bismarck, we just come back and thunk right outside the guild hall. It's like, hey, I just wanted to show you my latest catch. And they just leave. So I come to lay another challenge before you. You've conquered the waves and dunes, but what of the clouds? Only you are heavenly enough to fish the cloud cutters that swim the low skies of Ishgard in the sea of clouds. I, too, doubted my ears upon hearing of such a fish, but Caravelin's resolve was adamant, and he will hear no protests. Besides, I've never been one to say no. Leave me alone. Luckily for us, the Brigere Consortium has friends in high places, namely the Highlands of Kurthus. You want to seek out the firmament. Confident you will prevail in your conquest, I have rendered full payment to Sisapu in advance. Okay. Let's go up to Kurthus. I think I change my pronunciation of that gradually every time I say it. Do they ever say Kurthus? They've got to say it at some point, because there's voice acting in Heavensward. So they've got to say Kurthus at some point. Right? Right? Yeah, but ARR pronunciations are not what I would consider reliable. Melvib. Hey, look, it's where Rax was. Greetings, traveler. Yeah, literally different VAs, different voice direction, different voice team, but you know how this works, right? This is actually a common thing when it comes to fiction. You have to assume that once they got serious about the voice acting, those are the pronunciations you consider canon, right? Because sometimes they disagree with the earlier pronunciations. WoW actually has the same problem. Early WoW voice acting was way worse than ARR's and even more inconsistent. How many of you remember back in the day when every dungeon boss didn't have a voice actor? That's standard nowadays in WoW. But back in the day, they would just be like, there's no text on the bottom, and then they'd attack you, and it's like, okay. Greetings, traveler. Visitors from Limsa Lamensa are rare to these climes. I am told you seek to fish the magnificent cloud cutters that grace the sea of clouds. As squires, we practice catching our dinner, but the task is trying for even the most experienced among us. How one unaccustomed to the chore might hope to succeed where so many accomplished fishermen have failed is beyond me. Oh, Chauncey! The chocolate icing, please. Yes, where was I? Mine is not to stand in the way of your foolhardy endeavors. Here's the explanation for how you should catch them. Yeah, and I have them, and I'd love to rub them in your stupid face, but no, I've got to go back across the universe to go turn them in. To the thirsty woman. I mean, what do you think Hedonism Bot does with those fish? So you've plucked... Yes, I have your stupid goddamn fish. Here! If you answer, I might ban you, Reggie. I'm joking. The fabled cloud cutters. It turns out they weren't birds after all. Just like jellyfish, they jump, jerk, and jolt to jiggle themselves up. Well, speaking of things that float around aimlessly, Ishgardians consider the cloud cutter a crest of class and character, and confer them to commemorate and congratulate countrymen who commit a conduct a cut above the clouds, if you will. I won't, but what use of it will be to a Carvelian? Local lore alleges that legendary Elazon in Limsa Lamensa is actually an Ishgardian lord. Wonder what you'd do if it were a Carvelian. Whatever. That would do what I'm going to do anyways. Deliver the fish! Like, they're paying, right? They're paying, right? Can I have a portion of that payment? Please? Please? God, this is unbelievable. According to the age-old adage, When the going gets tough, the tough go fishing. Unfortunately, the adage is of little use when the tough going happens to be a fishing ban. What? You haven't heard, have you? Some dude has closed all the docks and ports for fishing on authority of the Admiral. Some sorry sailor supposedly spotted a serpent at sea, and so Sassafras stated that for our safety, all services must cease. It's also frustrating. Oh, we may be a group of sedentary fishers, but we're not about to take this sitting down. Calm down. First, we need to know what we're up against. The Brugere Consortium maintains ties with the Maelstrom, so Sybil may know something we don't not. It's time to go fishing for information. Okay. It's certainly a pleasure to see you again, though I wish it were under happier circumstances. The news came to a shock as us as well. To us as well. Any Leminson who has ever boarded a boat has heard the tale. Back in the world was naught but dry, lifeless rock. Limlamayan created a giant serpent, and from its massive maw the creature spat forth water until the land was filled. But it would not stop. To prevent the world from being completely submerged, the navigator trapped the serpent in a floating island, with the warning that if it were ever to be freed, Dream Whisperer would continue to watch my show. This is where the Thalassocratic motto, "Till sea swallows all," comes from. You can imagine the Admiral's surprise when learning a sailor claims to have actually seen the serpent in question. And I'll put that towards lower decks, Dream Whisperer. Well, you and I may recognize this as a fairy tale intended to scare children. The panic in the streets is real, so Sassafras has no choice but to take drastic measures in order to maintain the peace. Regrettably, those drastic measures have dire consequences for your guild, and my consortium. The Maelstrom is too occupied with ship inaugurations to conduct a proper inquiry, meaning our only hope is to take matters into our firm yet supple hands? Mine or yours? It may be impossible to prove the sea serpent does not exist, but perhaps the testimony of an eyewitness can be impugned. I believe you have met the sailor responsible for sighting, the one known as Chucharoon. Oh my god, Chucharoon. Thank you, Sybil. Chucharoon. You didn't see nothing. What? You... Bam! I gotta hit you again. You just hit me again. Bam! Ah! You didn't see nothing. I'll rip out your eyes if I have to. Ah! Chucharoon see big fish at sea. Some say see sea serpent. Oh my god. Chucharoon just want fish to fish. See fisherman Walla Wagga about fishing fish in sea. Okay. I will go talk to the alliterative one. I've seen enough at sea to know when sailors are seeing things, and what Chucharoon saw was no sea serpent for sure. No, the sea serpent from the opening of Limsa in 1.0 is Leviathan, which is funny because Leviathan shouldn't have been summoned at that point in history, I think, but I could be wrong about that. They might have changed their minds, because remember, the 1.0 story arc literally stopped and then effectively was rebooted in the middle of it, so... Missing your marks will make mountains out of molehills, distances deceive and delude the minds of men at sea. My money says your serpent is a Mazlea Marlin, a fairly big fish, but by no means a monster. You can set them... here's how you go and catch them. I gotta read this one out loud. Not just any act of mooching, the daunting duty of dramatic double mooch. Get a gobby ball and haul in a harbor herring. Once you've hitched your herring, offer it up to an ogre barracuda, then bite that beast to make the Mazlea Marlin bite. Yeah, it's actually funny. Titan was added after someone, because the earthquake that hit Japan happened about that point in time. Titan was ready to go, but they were like, let's push that back. Can't believe we're reduced to this. Still, while Walla Wagga's never been right for running a guild, he's never wrong about a fish. So, you should go catch the... Oh, here it is. That's the Marlin. I can see how you might mistake it for a monster. Hopefully Sassafras will see the same. Come! Let's go talk to the Storm Marshal. Was it King Moglamog? I talked about it during the 1.0 stuff, but I don't remember right now, because there's a lot of information to cover in that. 90 minutes worth. Many moons has it been. I can scarcely remember the last time I boarded a merchant ship for anything other than an inspection. Anything other than an inspection. Quite comfortable indeed aboard the luxurious feet of the Fleet, oh my god, this quest is killing my ability to talk. Fleet of the Brigare Consortium, no doubt to put crooked mongers and traffickers at ease while making illicit deals at sea. Perish the thought. We would never dream of calling the Grand Storm Marshal to a vessel where such roguery took place. Those are the other ships. A shame. I'd imagine those sort of vessels were the most fun. I suppose we'd best tend to business. Of course. Allow me to introduce you to the Mazlea Marlin. That's a decent-sized fish. That's not too shabby. Great, Lemayan's ghost. The blurry thing is massive. How'd you catch it? Well, in lore, what I did was I had to catch a fish under certain circumstances, which then let me go to a separate place to catch another fish with that fish under the same circumstances. I know, right, Blade Traval? I can read Urianje's stuff till the cows come home, but this quest is killing me. Though I suppose that doesn't matter. At any rate, it is your contention that this Marlin is our sea serpent. You can sing yourself to sleep with that silly sea serpent story, but it still won't hold water. A lot of Lalafelans have heterochromia. I knew things were proceeding too smoothly. You always know just the wrong time to act the guildmaster, don't you? Never you mind. I've known Wawalago long enough to not mind his manners. Unlike his fish, I know when I'm being baited. Boy, you've been baiting and bullying us with your ban. Will you let up and lift it? A fine question. To lift the fishing ban or not the lifting fishing ban? Here's a question. How's your food stocks? Limsa Laminsa in lore relies on the bounty of the sea an inordinate amount in order to keep their people fed. Even the farming in areas, I remind you, that are only recently recovering to the point of being able to grow crops is just supplementing the sea bounty. Now who's the one who's baiting? Why not? There are formalities we must observe, so I'm afraid the declaration will have to wait till tomorrow. And the ban will be lifted, won't it? Unless you prefer it weren't. By no means, it's just I feared that simply bringing you a large fish might fail to serve as adequate evidence in overturning a formal military promulgation. Promulgation, excuse me. I know that word. I never believed all this silly sea serpent silliness in the first place. I was more worried about putting Laminson's minds at ease than anything else. And the Marlin you've brought me should accomplish that. A few of our more paranoid conspiracy theorists in the Maelstrom alleged the serpent to be part of an elaborate Sahagan plot. So this should make a nice laugh at their expense as well. And to think this all started because someone spotted a large fish. And because fishtails are wont to grow in size, the large fish became serpent-sized, and then ceased to be a fish altogether. Thankfully, I'm almost positive that in lore Leviathan is not currently summoned, so... because that would be awful. It makes you wonder what other sort of overblown fantasies we've all been led to believe. Yeah, Sounds like you're ready to lift the ban whether you brought the Marlin or not. If only it were that simple. A fine Grand Storm Marshal I would be if I went lifting bans willy-nilly without the evidence the problem had been solved. This Marlin is essential to assuaging the irrational fears of the public. Welcome to being a leader. Well, then I suppose Lore's efforts weren't all for naught after all. I only wonder how the fishtail grew out of proportion in the first place. I don't delight in delving into details, but that deed might have been my doing. Why am I not surprised? When I mentioned to Chucharoon that Mazlea Marlin was a monster, I meant it metaphorically. Mayhap he misunderstood. I think it would be in the best interests of all involved if I don't hear any more of this story. The Maelstrom expresses its gratitude for your efforts in bringing this evidence to light. Your guild will be notified when the ban is formally lifted. I bid you good day. So who's up for some Marlin meat? Terrifying to think a little exaggeration can get out of hand, particularly when you consider how often fishermen exaggerate. But it sounds like Sassafras knew something was fishy all along. Yeah, I've never had swordfish before. Nevertheless, you saved our guild from destruction at the hands of a serpent. Actually, I have had swordfish in real life. It's really good. It's a very sweet meat. It's almost like shark. Yes, Blue, I've eaten shark, and I'll eat you too! Funny how Mulika delivered you to our doorstep just when we needed you most. And I certainly can't consider you a guppy anymore now that you've caught a Marlin the guildmaster himself never quite reeled in. I'd say we name you guildmaster, but then Wawalaga would have nothing to dodge, and I'm not ready to let off the fish off that hook easily. So, go away. You did it. Let's go ahead and get the go to Ishgard quest. Well, this is my old friend Lore. Not a minute too soon. Not that I don't appreciate your company, but I need you to deliver something for me. Wawalago had a visitor, and not only did the poor fellow have to put up with our dear guildmaster blathering on about who knows what for hours on end, he left his rod behind. Can you take it to him? Sure. It's just that the rod, if it was just the rod at stake, I bet I'd get the lazy guildmaster of ours to take it back himself, but this fellow's a master fisherman who's traveled every corner of the world. According to Wawalago, he knows about these secret fishing spots that aren't on charts. Oh god, secret fishing spots. Hence why you're the man for the job. Not only can you be trusted to get his pole back in one piece, but you can learn about this. It wouldn't do for our guild's angling ace to fall behind on his studies. Yep. And yeah, there's the Heavensward thing, and we're actually going to skip that quest. Don't worry about it right now. And that's fishing. So I'm thinking 30 negatives for making me read all that out loud. God damn it. Story negative. Okay. Carpenter. Oh god, legendary. Yeah, that's why we're leaving now. Okay, Carpenter. My first saw. So, now that we've gone through all sorts of stuff and discussions, now is an excellent time to discuss crafting, especially since we're not going to do crafting for this quest. The good news is that I have actually done a fairly large amount of crafting in this game. I know I kind of was making fun of it earlier. The problem is I am not what I would call an expert at it. I am what I would call an amateur at it, which just tells you exactly how much ridiculousness that there goes into crafting. So, that's the wrong freaking button. There we go. This is crafting, okay? Now, let's just start with the obvious. This has been getting better almost every expansion. I have poked at crafting at several points in its history, and I would say that the current crafting is actually pretty cool. Now, you can rely on macros. I definitely don't have two macros right there, one for 35 durability items and one for 75 durability items. But ignore that for a moment. You might notice that there's a lot of crafting abilities. That's because there are, in fact, a lot of crafting abilities. So let's talk about how crafting functions in a basic format. Yeah, exactly, Rax. To put this as bluntly as I can, crafting would probably actually be a negative to gameplay back in the day, but it has since been edged up to the point where this is probably going to be positive territory. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the mats to make anything on me. Hang on, let's look down here. Do I have anything? Hey, perfect. Maple clogs. Alright, so this is the crafting interface. It's fairly simple. The way this works... Let me make this bigger so you can actually see it. There you go. So, progress, that's the goal. I know this is kind of the inverse, but think of that like the HP. You want to fill the HP bar up to 19 in order to do that. The quality is exactly what it sounds like. You want the highest quality possible. That gives you a chance to make the resultant item high quality, which is just better. It's better stats or better whatever. That being said, if you get 100 quality, if you max out the quality, it's 100% chance it's high quality. Guaranteed. In almost every case, you're going to want high quality. Crafting is... I don't want to sound dismissive, but crafting items, especially at endgame or whatever current endgame is, that are not high quality, is generally not even worth the mats that you're using to craft it. So you're always thinking about maxing out the quality bar. I'm only mentioning that because that's an important part of the overall process. So then we have durability. You see that in the upper left. That is the actual HP. So you have 60 HP worth of moves to use. Certain actions, like actually crafting or... actually, I'm actually trying to find a really good example here, and I'm failing at it. A lot of this stuff will cost durability. And that will actually make that durability thing go down. The point of that is that's your timer. Now this is 100... There's no actual timer. You remember back in 1.0 there was a real timer? That's gone, as it should be. This is your turn-based timer. You have X turns in order to finish the craft. If that durability hits 0, it's gone. It's a failed craft. So you do have to have a rotation of sorts, as Rax is talking about, in order to actually put this thing out with max quality, with max progress. Sense, mate? So you have to max the quality, you have to fill the progress bar, and you have to do it before your durability runs out. Now that's the basics. That's all you need to do to start crafting, but there are a lot of additional things that go into that. One of my favorite abilities in the entire game is this one. You get it at level 80. It's called Trained Eye. What you do is if you're making any recipe at least 10 levels below yours, you use that ability and 100% quality. Just done. I love that ability, by the way. That ability, you might think that's pointless, but actually what that's there for is to make... I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Before that ability existed, if you tried to make a low-level item, you would still have to try, if that makes any sense. And honestly, that doesn't make sense. That shouldn't work that way. You don't have to try to kill a level 40 trash mob. You shouldn't have to try to make a level 40 high-quality item. It's the same logic. So giving you this thing is just, bam, now you have high quality, and then you can just make the item. It's a very good quality of life item. But anyways. And yeah, all the current stuff remains properly difficult, as it should be. So that's awesome. There's also calculations you can do. I'm going to be honest, I haven't messed with the calculations that much, mostly because I use out-of-game things to do my calculations. But this is how you do calculations in games. It looks at your actual things, like say, okay, this thing is going to increase progress by 742, for example. I only need 19, so I'm good to go on that. But this is a thing that will show you the results of the calculated results of actions before you do them. And because this is all fully turn-based, the way crafting works, it is 100% turn-based. You can then spend your time and effort in thinking, if you don't want to use a macro, you don't want to prep it out in advance, and say, okay, well, if I want this, if I do this, but then do this thing, and this is going to make this happen, I can't use this ability, but I can use this, so forth and so on. You can also check, specific things like this is going to increase my quality by such and such, or this is going to increase my progress by such and such. So having this information in the game is actually a really good thing. You always know that I am always in favor of info in game. That used to be a thing back in 1.0, Mr. Red, and I hope they bring it back because there's plenty of ways to do that. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping that the new Sanctuary is kind of going to be a crafter-gatherer dungeon, but we'll see. Now, people have been talking about macros. I'm actually going to show you one of mine here. That would be... So, you see this over here? I've got to make this bigger. Ugh! Okay, let me just cover my screen with that. But you can see the actual macro over here on the right. This is a macro designed specifically for making a 75 durability item. So, explain that a little bit. When you get to max level, almost all of the items you're going to craft are either going to be 35 durability or 75 durability. You know, the durability, that's your HP bar. That's your turn, that's your time limit. So you have to have different approaches to make those different items. So, this is my setup for making a 75 durability, and this is the setup for making a 35 durability. Apparently it's 70 and not 75. I'm going to have to take your word on that, because that's not what I have written down. So, whatever Rax says is probably true. Now, hang on, let me make that small again, because that's just ridiculous. I can barely... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so... I'm going to try to briefly discuss this, but all you need to understand right now is that there is a lot of specific in-the-moment things you can do. So I gave you the basics, right? Quality, progress, durability. You notice there's something under durability called condition. That changes, to my knowledge, randomly, and therefore you cannot predict that with a macro. But if you're paying attention, if you're doing it manually, you could see that quality change. Some abilities, like, say, that one, Tricks of the Trade, which just restores CP, can only be used if the condition is good or excellent. And some abilities can only be used under other conditions, and there's some things where you can actually get Inner Quiet stacks. So I haven't even talked about Inner Quiet yet. Where is Inner Quiet? I don't remember what the icon looks like. Where's Inner Quiet? Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. You might not have actually be here. I might have pulled you off the thing in order to make room for macros. Hang on. Where's Inner Quiet? Wherefore art thou? Oh my god. I'm never gonna find it. Oh, it's automatic now? Okay. Well, that would mean it'd be probably down under here. Yep, there it is, Inner Quiet. So, gain a stack of Inner Quiet with each increase in quality up to a maximum of 10. Each stack grants a 10% bonus to the efficiency of touch actions. Touch actions are the ones that, well, I'll just show you some of them. So, basic touch increases quality. So you increase quality, and each time you increase quality, you gain an increased chance to increase quality more, right? It does make sense that that's made automatic. So that's another good quality of life feature, because as you can tell, I haven't manually crafted since that was not a button. And yet Bragot's over here, which requires Inner Quiet, increases quality and Inner Quiet effect ends upon use. However, it gives you 100% plus 20% for each count of Inner Quiet, which gives you 300%. So this is how you max out your quality. So, yeah, no. But yeah, there's proc abilities. You can see I actually have a proc up right here, which I can only use right at the beginning. I've also got this one, which I can only use right at the beginning. Your crafting points, your CP, is refilled to max every time you start a new craft. I actually feel like I have only a few. Is 484 correct? I mean, I've got 90 gear on, so I guess it has to be. Yeah, no, I have full 90 gear. Whatever. Anyways, your CP is refilled to max every time you start a new craft, so you don't have to worry about that. Each encounter is new from max. Maybe I have Rax, yeah. And I also usually have buff food up, too, which also increases your CP by 1%, I think. I don't have any on me, so I can't check. But oh yeah, they also have a test craft system. I forget what that is. I think I should have to do that here, maybe? Yep, trial synthesis. That's this thing. So I can be like, all right, let's see what happens if I hit this button. And hey, quality is maxed. Okay, and then we hit where the hell? Do I not have them on the bar? I don't think I even have them on the bar right now. Sure, we'll do that. Pukwong! Oh no! Where is my freaking basic touch? Oh my god. Basic touch. Is that basic? Yeah, I found it, Okay, we found basic touch. Jesus, get out there. F. There we go. Oh. Sorry, it is... God damn it, those are actually swapped. There we go. And there's our test thing, and we got up to 3 stacks, blah, blah. Doesn't actually make anything, but it also doesn't cost anything. It's a way to see how it goes live. Or you could just run a macro, which just makes it. Like I said, a lot of these abilities are site-specific. Some of them work under certain circumstances. Some of these make it so your next few abilities are free. Some of these make it so that you can increase your rate of X at the cost of Y. Some of these drastically increase the efficiency of certain items. Some of these make it so you increase progress at a very high efficiency rate. Good night, Reggie. There are a large number of abilities which work under a large number of circumstances, specifically in order to make this a fully fleshed out class with its own thing. I don't wish to sound dismissive in the fact that I tend to lean on macros for this, but it's worth noting that this is a fully fleshed out class. This is a well-designed crafter system in terms of how it actually works with crafting. I do think the crafting results themselves are not as good as they should be. I think the things you can make should have a pass done to improve what you can make in the game, and I stand by that. We talked about that earlier. But the crafting itself is legit. I have no complaints about that, especially since it just keeps getting better. So for being what I'd say is one of the better crafting systems I've seen in an MMO ever, just 2 straight up positives for the crafting system itself. I do think there is such a thing as a better crafting system, which is why this is not 3, but this is definitely a 2. Crafting in WoW might not even get a single positive, to be honest. It's so pointless. It's also more arduous. Crafting in Guild Wars 2 has all the problems of WoW's crafting, except that it goes by faster. It's less of a time sink. WoW's crafting is pretty bad, to be completely honest. It always has been. Okay, so, having shown that off ever so slightly, I feel like... oh, right. So I want to show a little bit more about the crafting interface. Right, so hang on, let's go ahead and pull this back up to 200 so you can see what I'm doing. Oh, God, that's huge. Wild Stars is the one I'd rate higher. Wild Stars was not just a whole system, it was effectively a whole other way of playing, if that makes sense. Like, mini-game kind of a system, and it was really cool, and it was really rewarding. Horror's crafting is, there. I think that's a good word for it. I'm going to be honest, I actually haven't crafted in Tor since launch. Tor's crafting at launch was terrible. Like, negative territory bad. I'm not sure how it is nowadays. I'll have to poke at that when we get there. Anyways, so this is the crafting menu. You see a lot of basic stuff here. You see some of the efficiency, progress stuff, yada, yada, yada. You see what you can make, and you can mouse over it. You can see the difficulty of the item, the durability of the item. We've talked about that, the quality. You can see how many of that item you have in your bag. You can see how much shards... I mentioned this earlier. Everything costs shards. The materials it costs, you can use normal quality or high quality. No, you can't. I'm pretty sure that just hasn't been removed from there yet. You can also search for items based on level, as I am showcasing here, as you just kind of get higher and higher and higher and higher and higher level, until you're making Mega Death Gear. There's also special stuff, including master recipes, which I should have a few. Also, housing stuff has its own category. This is collectibles. We've talked about this already. This is the crafting side of collectibles here. Obviously, you make instead of you gather. We've got custom deliveries. These are also special things. You can only do 6 of these a week to advance certain specific things and get lots of scripts from them. There's Beast Tribe crafting, which can go to hell. We'll come back to that. Story stuff, obvious. The Ishgardian Restoration. The Ishgardian Restoration we'll talk about more later. I don't remember which expansion it actually came out in. But the relevant thing you need to know right now is the Ishgardian stuff takes its own mats and regular mats, and serves as another collectible. But again, we'll get much more into that later. I actually did a lot of stuff with the Ishgardian Restoration. But we'll get to that much, much later in Shadowbringers probably. You can also make some dyes, depending. So all of this is all categories. You can also favorite some stuff. You can see what I have favorited. But, you can also search. Now, if not for the search function, I would probably be a little bit upset at this menu, as I am most menus in this game. The search function really, really simplifies a lot of this, and allows you to be able to say, aha! Here's the things with Dome and Lance in it. There's actually something else, and I'm not actually 100% sure how to find this, so give me a minute here. So let's go back to just crafting here. Yeah, the search function is, in my opinion, mandatory, but it is a good search function, so the game gets a pass on that. You can also search by specific type of item here. And yeah, I'm trying to do... here we go. Perfect. This is what I'm looking for. Search for recipes using this material. So here's all the recipes that you know that use maple lumber, for example. So you can reverse search, in other words. You can search upwards, I believe is what that's actually called. You can also search for anything that happens to be of a specific gathering log. This is for acquiring and logging. This is the gathering log. That's how that works. So that's your materials list over there. That's cool. Apparently I've never looked at that menu. You can add it to favorites. You can only have 100 favorites. You can copy item name, or you can search by crafting method, which obviously leads us to woodworking. All of this stuff, again, I've already bashed WoW's crafting. Allow me to bash it one more time. Everything I'm showing you here is an add-on in WoW. And there's good add-ons. WoW's add-on support is legit. But WoW doesn't get credit for that. Most of the functionality we're showing you here is just in the game, as opposed to requiring an add-on. That's one of the downsides of having such strong add-on support in your game. Is, you need to have the game good, too. Oh yeah, also, if you're going to level gathering and crafting, you should probably think about leveling it at least in bundles. Like Carpenter, Botanist, and Culinarian, and Weaver all kind of go in with each other. Miner, and Armorer, and Smither, and Goldsmithing all kind of go in with each other, you know? There's a lot of synergy with regards to what you gather and what you build. And unlike in 1.0, it's not a colossal hassle. Yeah, so where's the flowchart? I know there's a flowchart. I don't remember where... Oh, here it is, maybe? Yep, there it is. Okay, hang on. So let's find something complicated. Like, I don't know, this thing. Nah, something really complex. This might work. There you go. So this is another thing that, once again, is in the vanilla game. An actual flowchart of this is what you need in order to make this happen. You need this, which is made by this, and then you need that, and that comes from... Sorry, it's the other way. It's right to left. Sorry. You need this to make this. You need these to make this. You need these to make this. You need these to make this, and then use all those to make your item. Now, this is all cool. So, I've already given 2 pluses for crafting. I'm going to give another 2 pluses for the craft... And no, I'm going to walk that back. I'm going to give 3 pluses, because this is one of the best crafting interfaces I've ever seen. This is a really, really good crafting interface. Now, time to give negatives to this terrible, terrible game. Now that sounds like a joke, but I actually mean this kind of sincerely. So crafting's legit, right? I just gave 5 positives just for crafting, and I stand by that. But this is, it has a knockoff effect on something else, okay? Let me try to demonstrate a little bit. I actually referenced this earlier if you were paying attention. I don't blame you if you weren't. How many materials are there for crafting in vanilla WoW? For metal, specifically, for miners. Copper, bronze, iron, mithril, thorium. Now, that may sound like a bad thing, but actually, that was something that was done deliberately. It was a very intentional choice. So what WoW did, in terms of its crafting design, is the only thing WoW did right with regards to its crafting design, is it made it so that a level 1 to 20 range would all require bronze, and it's just the higher level you get, the more bronze it requires. That was how they would escalate the crafting. This game doesn't have 5 types of metal. It has, like, I don't actually know how many, to be completely honest with you. Hang on, let's try ingot. Let's just look for ingots. Let's just get an idea here. Yeah, it has this many. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration. It has this many. It's a lot. It has a lot. And that's the problem. Now, that's by itself not necessarily an issue. By itself, that's not necessarily an issue. But it is an issue when you consider that. You may or may not have noticed, but just from setting up my inventory for these quests we're doing, I'm actually almost full in my inventory. I am at 134 of 140 slots. The biggest problem with crafting in this game, in my honest opinion, is how much of how many things it takes. Because every different type of material is a different slot. And you only have so many slots in your inventory. This is why they can sell retainers for real money and people will buy them, because retainers are banks in this game. Your chocobo saddle can only carry so much. That's it. That's the limit right there. You notice I filled up almost half of that thing just with dyes. So this is truthfully more of a negative for the inventory system. But I do legitimately think the inventory system in this game needs an overhaul. Now, some of you who've played WoW, you've probably already know the answer that I would suggest. WoW actually has a crafting tab nowadays. This was added back in Warlords, I believe. Yes, it was Warlords, I'm right. So the way it works is really simple. If I right-click, there's a button, and this is in default WoW, not in the add-ons. There's a button up here in the inventory then when you go to your bank, you say, do you want to dump your crafting mats in the bank? And you hit that button, bam! And you actually have a crafter's material bank. And you already see the logic here. So, by the way, you can craft from your crafter's bank in WoW. So you just dump all your crafting mats in the crafter's bank, and you're good to go. No inventory problems. It's a great system. Which is funny because WoW's crafting is crap, as I've already said. But yeah, this game needs that kind of a system. It needs that kind of an alternate inventory storage for specifically for crafting, because there's just so much. There is so much materials. In fact, actually, I'm going to try to show you something really quick, because I think I still have some crafting mats that I have been scared to get rid of, because you never know. What in the world? Is that a hat? I've been scared to get rid of because I'm not sure if I might ever need them. Is there a thing near here? Yep, there's one over there. And yeah, they already have this system. The Chocobo Saddlebit, which you could just pop up wherever. This is a great system. But this game needs some kind of additional inventory management because this is unworkable. This is something... It's kind of funny. Takoida actually brought this up just an hour or two ago. Like, hey, does this game... That's not a bell. Where's the bell? Is there a bell? There's no bell here, is there? Is there a bell in Gridania? There's a bell. Okay, there's bells. I find bells. I find bells. And the bells, master! Takoida was talking about how is the inventory management, and I kind of hesitated on answering, because the only time that's really valuable to talk about inventory in this game is while discussing crafting. Inventory is not good. There's no pluses for the inventory system in this game, but it's not bad until you get into crafting. And I remind you, crafting is very well designed, very well thought out, and generally worth it. And that's problematic in this case. Whoops, are you the one I wanted to look at? Hang on. Go away, go away, go away. You are the one. Orcaton. Alright, let me look at your items. Okay, so most of that's gear, apparently. I could probably filter and get rid of a bunch of that at this point. I also have a lot of these things, which I'm honestly not sure what several of these are. I know these are Alexandrian items. I don't know if I'll ever need them. I've also got some Immortal Flames Aetheryte tickets. I'm not sure what those are exactly. I've got Gold Saucer tickets. There's my Manifestos. There's my Chocobo Feathers from the Recruited Friend. Like, it doesn't take long for your inventory to fill up in this game. Oh, and by the way, every time you make something, it goes into your inventory. Hang on, it gets worse. Collectibles can't be stacked. In fact, actually, most stuff you craft can't be stacked. Which is another problem. Because that means every single thing you make is gonna be another slot. Okay, I can just get rid of this stuff then. Except I can't right now because my inventory's full. Anyways. So, this is why... That's actually kind of a cool dress. What is that on her shoulder? What is that? I don't recognize that one. It's like a peacock or something. This is why I think the inventory in this game does actually deserve a negative. Because as Rax just so expertly put, for the most part, the inventory is simply there. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just there. But once you get into crafting, the inventory actively becomes an impediment to your crafting experience. Let me relate to you one of the reasons it took so damn long to raise my crafters to full level, to max level, while I was going through the collectibles. Because collectibles don't stack. So I had to have all the inventory items in my inventory for crafting, and then I would fill up the rest of my spaces with the stuff I'm crafting. And that is not exclusive of a problem to collectibles. You see the issues. So, now, legit question. How many negatives is that? Because I'm kind of torn on this one. I'm going to admit that I can't think of a MMO that does worse inventory management than that. Unless we go to the old stuff, like EverQuest. Oh my god. Just EverQuest's inventory. You want to talk about inventory management? Oh my god. I mean, it's definitely at least one negative. I think that's pretty definitive. By the way, you may remember this guy. We actually did a side quest for him. Yeah, I've heard several people in multiple MMOs say that just adding more inventory space is not the easy fix it seems to be. And actually, that makes sense. Anybody who's done database design probably knows why, but in a very, very brief and truncated format. If I was to magically just say, here's another 100 inventory slots for every character in FF14, that is 100 additional points of data that have to be taken care of per character in the entire game. For those of you not aware, most MMOs, and I believe FF14 is like this as well, have a separate server that just handles inventory. That like there's just the inventory server, and that's what it does. So give me one moment here to... Oh god, to drop everything. That's the important part. There we go. Hello. What's up? What's up? That's an interesting problem. Okay, well, I'm going to put the phone down for a moment, and then I'm going to walk away from the phone. I'm going to bring back my hammer and smash the phone as hard as I can, and that should fix it for you. My beloved sister has decided to call, and she has insisted that this run must stop immediately. She's really upset that I'm giving a negative to the inventory system, is what it is. I don't blame her. It is. It's the best inventory in any MMO I've ever played. Yeah, as you've probably already heard, my cough is still coughing, but otherwise I'm okay. Say, everyone on chat, I'm sorry. I've actually been replaced by a replicoid. I'm not actually sure what that is, but I'm sure it's terrifying. Now, the question is, am I better now or before? Because you might prefer the replicoid. You know, I might be doing a better job as a streamer nowadays. Hey everyone, apparently people exist. The dog is informing that people exist. Is that a hat, or does she just have bunny ears? I mean, it's not a mutually exclusive question, I guess. But that doesn't look like a Vieira. Is that a Vieira? Oh, nope, she does have a jewel thing. She is a Vieira. Wow, yeah. Who knew? Oh yeah, does she have a tail? She has no tail! False! False, I name thee! Listen, all Vieira look the same to me. I'm just saying. Listen, US and Corp. I'm just saying we should wipe out all the Vieira. Oh, there's someone with a umbrella. Cool umbrella. Hmm. Did you just send me something on Discord? Oh, gotcha. That is not what I heard. But I'm sorry, it loaded, no problem. Okay, so that's a middle problem. Something's going on with your wireless then at that point. Okay, so let me remute myself. While I talk, I shall talk to you. No, we have not done MSQ past 2.0 yet. We're doing all the crafting quests, which hopefully we'll get a chunk out of today. That might be pretty expensive. That cost us about 300,000 gil. I think we'll be able to afford... What's 300,000 times... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. That's 2.1 million, right? So I should be able to afford this. Oh, that's going to be a lot of money. I can't even start it now because my inventory is so full. I can get rid of some of this stuff. Hang on, let's dump some of this in here. I always put my dyes in there. Dump this in here. Dump that in there. I don't need that. I should sell those. I've been sitting on my logins for a bit. I can eat this triple cream coffee. I'm going to need a small loan, Mr. Red. A small loan of 10 million gil. I still need to drink this hot chocolate, but that's actually for rye. I'm saving that for rye. I don't need any money yet, I think. I'm just estimating I'm going to need about 2.1 million, which I have. Oh, Sis is back.
What am I going to do with myself?
Okay, so I heard you were doing a stream, maybe? Something like that?
Do an impromptu stream because I'm making dinner. So I thought I would stream it because, you're sick and nobody wants to listen to you cough. So
That is true. Nobody actually likes watching my stream. So if y'all want to see something a little bit more interesting, you can watch my beloved sister cooking... what are you cooking again?
and dumplings with mashed potatoes, and then I'm making a plum cobbler for dessert.
There you go. Plum cobbler? Oh my god, I hate you. Of course, she chooses when I can't visit her to make plum cobbler, because of course she does.
Want me to make you a go box and drop it off?
No. That would be such a waste of your time.
I mean, Mini X is in a different state, and
yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I will demand plum cobbler later. Several people in my chat are rather oohing at the idea of plum cobbler, by the way. So make sure you do that on... Oh, hi, Rex. Make sure you do that on camera when you get there.
camera. I need about some time to get everything set up in the kitchen.
Well, do me a favor. Just text me when you get started, and I'll go ahead and vocally plug you. Cool?
I mean, I need to be in that room and plug the laptop in.
I know, but just text me when you're ready to go, and I will say something audibly. Because I usually leave Discord closed when I'm streaming for obvious reasons.
Gonna say things audible?
I know! Actually, I've been trying to get into this thing that I've lost all my words today.
Words.
Talking with hands. So we're just gonna...
I have no idea what you're trying to say by saying talking with hands. Is there a phrase for talking with your hands?
There is. It's called sign language.
Oh, you're trying to learn sign language. Okay. You meant actually talking.
Talking with hands. What? Doesn't that track? That's what that is. It's talking with hands. I talk with
my hands, and it's not sign language.
I mean, I do too. Anybody who's seen me on camera knows I talk with my figure. But yeah, no.
How are you going to stream while signing?
Very difficultly. I'm gonna learn how to play Dark Souls with my foot. And I'm gonna just be like, while I'm dying to the boss for the 15th time.
I'm sure you were attempting to demonstrate. I'm not looking at.
I know. That's okay. They see all.
All right, I'm gonna go now.
Enjoy. Bye. My beloved sister. Let's unmute the game. Come on. The hell was I talking about? Right. So, crafting in this game sucks. It's the worst in any game ever. I recommend 8. No, I think we could stretch that up to 9 negatives for crafting. I decided after some thought I was going to give 2 negatives to the inventory, and I want to explain why. Because I do try to be fair and just in all things, and I fail miserably at it, or at least so saith the YouTube comments. That's not fair. I get stream comments who say that I'm not being fair and just. They're wrong, but, you know, here's the idea. The inventory system is problematic. It is a problem. It is a negative. The other problem is actually itemization. As I've already elucidated upon, there's simply too many items. There's simply too many items that make up too many stacks in this game. It is, frankly, itemization bloat. That's a negative. Now, that's it, those 2, but I do think both of those separately do deserve negatives, especially for how they cause so many issues with regards to crafting an otherwise excellent system. So, that's the 2 negatives. Okay, so, I swear we're actually going to do some quests now. Oh, hi, Rax. What is a lesser panda? I don't even want to know. Alright, so, let's go back over here. Back in here. Talk to this guy. Almost all these quests should be right at the beginning, which was a source of tremendous frustration for my friend Rex Simus. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. Because at a certain point at time, he helped me get some crafting macros going. And there's one ability. Just one, by the way. Literally one ability in the entire bar that you only get from crafting quests. That is the ability Manipulation. Now, you might think, oh, whoa-ho. But Manipulation restores 5 points of durability after each step for the next 8 steps. This is a really good ability. Remember how I mentioned durability is like your timer? That's how many turns you have. Restoring durability for the next 8 actions you take, yeah, it's a regen. It is an incredibly useful skill. It is the only skill. I want to stress that. Look at this. I have every ability at 90 except for Manipulation. That's the one skill I need to actually do a quest for. By the way, the quest we're doing today will not give me that skill. That's a level 65 skill. If you don't understand the amusement, I think I've talked about this before. There are several classes where, you know, that's actually a bad example. Let's do this one. Where there are some abilities you don't get from leveling, like I don't have Shadow of the Destroyer. That's not a good example. I don't actually have a good example off the top of my head. I know there's some classes where I haven't done some of these quests. Black Mage, maybe? Oh yeah, Black Mage is the perfect example. Black Mage is actually the worst example, because I'm missing several key things like Ley Lines and Sharpcast and Fire 4. And Foul. And I think I'm missing a trait thing as well. Yeah, Eno Chain. I'm missing Eno Chain, which is, if you know what Eno Chain is, you know why that's significant. I'm missing a lot of stuff from Black Mage, but from some classes, I'm missing only a couple of things, depending on specifics. Like, I'm missing some of the masteries here, and that's kind of it. So it kind of varies from class to class how much you're missing. I just wanted to point that out, because of the fact that all the crafters are the same. They all give you everything, except for manipulation. Even gathering. Like, I have most of the... Well, okay, actually, I have hardly any of the fishing stuff. But I do have almost all of the actual gathering stuff. In fact, I think I'm only missing 2 abilities, I think? Something like that. Anyways. Moving on. Hi. You've proven you know how to grip a saw, but do not mistake it for a mere tool. It is a part of you. Your arm! And can you put down part of your arm? Damn right I can! There we go. Mark me then. If you do put it down, and worse, lose the bloody thing, I shall use mine own saw to demonstrate the pain of losing a limb. But I jest. One-armed carpenters are hardly half as useful in my experience. In any case, merely holding a saw does not make you a carpenter, whatever you might think. You must become one with it. To it you must know the lumber. Demonstrate your knowledge by bringing me a length of maple lumber. Okay. Yep, that's cool. I know how to make that thing. I am missing drill, but I have used drill because I've been to Boja. And in Boja, you just get your abilities, whether you have them or not. So I have actually experienced Machinist with the full kit, so to speak. And my opinion on Machinist hasn't really changed. My core issue with Machinist is just that it feels like I'm doing a lot for little return on investment. Anybody who's played Elementalist in Guild Wars 2, it's the same problem. So, as I mentioned before, go get me the maple lumber. Oh, you have it. Okay, cool. Cool. Yes, I feel it. The woods tell all. There were no careless cuts. Saw and carpenter moved in one, as if dancing. Do you see this grain, how it softly flows like syrup? Durable, yet pliant, suitable for weapon and armor both. This, my child, is maple. Trace the grain with your fingertips and memorize the lines. Consider every characteristic when choosing your materials. That is what it means to know the lumber. The maple lumber you've brought me is acceptable. For all it has grown, your knowledge is still lacking. You must learn more. A true carpenter knows the qualities and uses of every tree in the forest. We know the lines of the maple better than those in your own hand. Return to me! Okay. Can I not get all the garbage you just gave me? Oh, he totally looks like Ignis. Hang on. I might have to actually legitimately get rid of some of this crap out of my inventory. Let me do a little inventory management here really quick. Let's get rid of all these potions that I got. I was only holding on to them because it was funny to see how many they gave me. Let's get rid of the Phoenix Down. Nobody likes Phoenix Downs. Keep the cordials. Keep the chocolate. I'm keeping the dark matter that's high level because that's our repair stuff. I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's Palace of the Dead! Be gone! Don't care. I'll keep my Bojan coins for right now. I might still need those at some point. I could probably dump all of this, but I'm not sure yet, and that's always the problem with crafting materials, isn't it? I could probably dump this, but I also know I bought some of this recently. I can get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. I know I can get rid of all this bait that she gave me. Get rid of all that nonsense. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. I do like Judge Glamours, but I don't think I can buy those because I thought those take real coins, which I don't have. And then this is all the mining stuff, and by mining, I of course mean fishing. Thank you for all these fishing rods. I like to think, in lore, that I'm just dumping all these fishing rods on the floor of the carpenter's place. Just dumping them here like plonk, plonk, plonk. What are you doing? Well, this is the carpentry place, right? Well, yeah, but... there you go! I'm donating! By the way, in lore, there's this thing called, can't do, apparently. Huh. Desynthing. That took me a second. And desynthing in lore is... so remember, everything's made of magic. All the atoms are magic, aetherite. So desynthing is pulling it apart into its composite aetherite and pulling it into other useful materials. In other words, it's breaking something down to crafting materials. Some people like to do that. I am not one of those people. Death to that! So what's up? God, stop giving me crap! It is plain for your bearing. You and your saw have become to move as one! Good, you're ready for the second test. Yeah, it's more useful for high-level stuff, which obviously I don't have any of. You must be the wood! Okay. Before you brought me maple lumber to demonstrate your knowledge of lumber. This time you will demonstrate your ability to create with it. I bid you craft me 3 maple shields. Okay. Hey, I brought you 3 maple shields. You are no workaday carpenter, that much is plain. Well done, child. Your shields are most satisfactory. The pattern of the grain, the lingering scent of maple. Your choice of material is excellent. The construction above criticism. Few carpenters can claim such skill. The Elizon once favored shields of wood. Did you know this? Today it is not so. They, like your adventurer brethren, are wont to choose the surety of armorer's metal. But a shield of wood provides ample protection for a lower price. It is readily made and readily replaced if broken. And while not quite as sturdy, it may yet serve to spare a man his doom just as readily as a shield of metal. I'm not going to make a joke here about that. Moving on. To imbue shield and spear with your strength, to pour your life into the wood that others might preserve their own. This is what it means to be the wood. Such responsibility is not to be taken lightly, child. You have passed the second's test. Okay. Yep, here's what a secondary weapon is. I'll take the thing that doesn't take up inventory space, thank you. Next quest. Oh god, Rax is gone. I see by the wearing of your saw blade you have not neglected your carpentry since last we spoke. Very good. You will soon be ready for your third and final test. In the meantime, the guild has need of your services. You are familiar with ashwood? But of course you are. I bid you craft me ash lumber. A simple task, then get me 12! I'm not jesting. We used our last a few moments ago. I would ordinarily handle such a trifling task myself, but I am feeling unwell, and you need the practice. So go if you can. I have it right here. Such prodigious quality. Thank you, child. You've done your guild a great service. Ash lumber is renowned for its unparalleled flexibility. This quality makes it ideal for use in bows and myriad other weapons. By the same token, ash lumber is easily worked and thus ideal for learning the basics of our craft. Such a versatile material is understandably popular, and so we always have need of more. It may also interest you to know that ash possesses certain medicinal properties. Tea brewed from its bark eases various complaints. Complaints such as that which I am presently afflicted. Suffice to say, I am pleased your lumber is dusted with sufficiency of bark fragments, but let us return to the subject of carpentry. You have proven yourself more than capable working without my guidance. Oh, okay. Whoa! Hey, careful there, dude. What do you think you are, me? Calm down. There's Rax. God, you keep vanishing. It's terrifying. Your training is almost complete. Indeed, I have a final test prepared for you. Alas, a plight of one of our guild's newest members demands my attention. The boy's name is Mera Pamera. He is an adventurer like you, though one of rather less promise. Something troubles the lad, yet he is loath to speak of personal matters with me, though I am the very soul of understanding, as you know. Mayhap you would fare better? Go, and do not disappoint me. Next up, we disappoint him. Hang on, we need to unmark a few of these quests that we're not doing for like a couple of days. There we go. Okay, let's see, where am I going for this jackass? Alright, quick, we're going to avoid this terrifying person. I think there's something on your shoulder there. I don't want to alarm you. You! God, strike me down for full. I'll never be able to finish in time. Please, you must help me. You can make ash sharpers and feathered harpoons, can't you? I went and forgot I had to agree to craft 2 weapons for the Archers and Lancers Guild for delivery no later than today. But today I'm also obliged to complete an order of 100 lengths of oak lumber. I can't possibly do both, and Timbermaster Beaton is a veritable terror when his wrath is on him. If I dare neglect either duty, he will not spare me his saw. Dude. So while I labor over this lumber, will you craft the stuff, please? Okay. But only because I literally already have it on me. While we're walking over here. Disco says, you've probably mentioned this before, but how much of the beast tribes are mind-controlled? Or is it just the single tribes we deal with that are spared of that, or are there more? So they're pretty vague about that, and they're probably vague about that on purpose. But we do know that there are numbers that are not mind-controlled. It's just they're the less dominant numbers. They're the ones who are usually not in control, in power. There's a reason why so many of the Beast Tribe quests specifically dealing with the mind-controlled brethren, right? But if you ask me to put a percentage on it, I have no idea. Boop. Here, have a bow. Ah, thank you for delivering it. One of our Mikote recruits has been struggling, lest you wonder. Talented though she is, the longbow we furnished her does not suit a Mikote's shorter arms and slighter frame. But I dare say this short bow, with its lighter draw weight and more modest span, should help her reach her true potential. Indeed, short bows not unlike this were favored by her ancestors, and some things never change. It's clear to me a great deal of care went into this construction. I will see that our recruit spares no effort in making the most of this boon. Yeah, you're welcome. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to stab Mr. Red with Frostmourne. There we go. Speaking of giving negatives to quest chains, I have a legitimate question for y'all. How many negatives do you think the Lancers Guild will get? Not Dragoon. Lancer. Well met, adventurer. You do not seem to be here for training. Yeah, I got you a spear. Ah, the feathered harpoon. My thanks for the delivery. Had we not received it in time, I was considering using a fisherman's harpoon instead. You seem surprised. I take it you're not aware that harpoons we use in battle were born of the humble fisherman's tool. Aye, when Huron fishers migrated inland from the coast, they adapted the tools of their trade for the hunting of game. The resulting harpoon proved a fearsome weapon indeed, so the Lancers of old took it on their own. Hard to believe, is it not? I must say, this harpoon is very impressive. Yeah, the Lancer quest is, by memory, one of the worst 1 to 30 class quests. Gladiator is boring. And most of the others are just kind of there, but Lancer was just... Oh my God, what is this nonsense? I guess there isn't one. Okay. Let's see. Lunerith says... Uh-oh. Do you think the Borg should have been able to overcome Species 8472? Absolutely. The problem with Species 8472, and I've said this many times, is that they are Mary Sue species. They are a species crafted to beat the Borg, and they're so ludicrously overpowered in their construction that it's actually kind of silly. So, in the land of reality, and consequence, and continuity and good storytelling, the Borg would eventually be able to overcome Species 8472 on their own, yes. How kind of you to assist Mara Pamera with the orders. The Guildmaster spoke highly of your craftsmanship as well. This is very good. Do not attempt to mislead me. I know full well it was your work. Needless to say, it was necessary to punish the Lalafell. I seem to spend more time with sawing apprentices than wood of late. You're joking, right? I jest, of course. A saw is wasted on an apprentice. The stink of blood lingers, making it hard to focus on work. This I know. How do you know that? I will admit, I was not ignorant of Mara Pamera's situation. In fact, I recognized an opportunity to test your character. You aided your fellow carpenter with no prospect of reward, delivering finely crafted goods when merely serviceable ones would have sufficed, and you claimed no credit. I'm proud of you, Laura. There's no doubt in my mind your talents will serve the nation of Gridania and save many lives. Just as they'll bring about many deaths, this is the responsibility of all who make weapons. But a choice between deaths of our people and the deaths of our enemies is no choice at all. You have passed the third and final test. Congrats. By your actions, you have demonstrated your understanding of what it means to know the wood, be the wood, love the wood! You possess the knowledge, skill, and compassion necessary to master carpentry. By overcoming these trials, you have proven that you are no longer a novice. The sapling is well on its way to becoming a tree. You are now a true carpenter of the oak atrium. Know, though that, however refined your skills may be, there will always be more to learn. Represent us well on your travels, Laura, and return to us often. Okay. Thank you, Caspian. I will put that down for Dragon Age Inquisition. The bot is up, Caspian. Although, I'm not sure what you're going for there. Ah, Laura, my thoughts have turned to you lately. I trust you have honed your skills further since last we met. In that case, I have a request. Mayhap you have made iron lances for your customers. However, you have not made them for me, and my standards differ from others. An iron lance is one of elegance, simplicity. I would see you demonstrate your understanding of those qualities. Yep, I know how to make an iron lance. In fact, I need to put a piece of materia in it. Done. There you go. You do not disappoint, Lar. Your lance exceeds expectations. These formidable weapons were originally intended for use by the Ishgardian cavalry and were designed with the aim of maximizing their bearers' effectiveness on the field of battle. By utilizing the speed of this mount, a lance-wielding knight could easily deliver a devastating blow that would cripple, if not outright kill. But this mode of attack placed significant strain on rider and weapon. Should the latter fail, the knight would be left defenseless. Needless to say, the Iron Lance would prove to be anything but prone to failure, eventually prompting Gridania's wood whalers to adopt it as their own. The differences between the modern Gridanian weapon and the Ishgardian weapon are not so substantial, amounting to little more than smaller vamplate. Our lancers do not require the same protection as a mounted knight, you see. Fascinating, is it not? The history our weapons carry, how they change and evolve to meet different demands. Truly, all things possess potential for growth. Weapons, armor, forests, cities, and carpenters. Remember this too, Lore. Once you hit level 90... I'm sorry. The Iron Lance is a marvelous weapon, not because it does not bend at the moment of impact, but because it does not break. To bend, yet not break. To endure, persevere, and triumph. When I gaze upon this lance, I am reminded of the singular importance of resolve, a quality I saw in you when you first joined us that will serve you well in the future. Whatever troubles you may face, remain resolute as an Iron Lance, and you will succeed. Oh god, what do you call it, Savicom? It's a high Savicom. Whoop. Check it out, Savicom. A triple cream coffee. Freshly roasted, ground coffee beans percolated to perfection and mixed with an equal amount of thick dairy cream, which I am not drinking. Oh, Lore, you look well. If you've come in search of work, I fear I have nothing to offer. Though, if you have no other pressing responsibilities, you might consider spending some time with the younglings in the Acorn Orchard. The workshop has demanded my full attention of late. I have been unable to see to them myself. That'll be all, Laura. Okay, sure. Why not? God, I'm only at level 25. Yep, it's time to murder younglings. How badly can we botch sneaking down into? Kill the humans, crush the culture. Oh, sorry, that's the Dravanians. Hey, you're one of those adventurers that joined the guild. Yeah. Beaton's down in the dumps, isn't he? No wonder he hasn't visited in ages. I've seen him like this before. It's because he can't think of anything new to make. He's no fun when he's like this. I prefer it when he's waving a saw around and threatening to tie his useless new apprentice to Figaga's gift and... Wait, I know, you're a good carpenter. You can make high-quality walnut lumber. That's a segue. You know what? He's always saying, you know the wood. Well, I bet if you gave him some really good wood, it'd cheer him up in no time. Okay. I will go give him some really good wood. It's high quality. This is also the high quality tutorial quest. Leave me be. I must focus. What is this malaise that plagues me? I thought myself as resolute as an iron lance, and yet... Behold, the greatest of woods! Yes, I feel it. I feel it! The high-quality walnut lumber is your handiwork, is it not? Yes. Dense, durable, expertly finished. This is no doubting your skill, Laura. Walnut. They're the ones who wrote it, not me! There's a reason I usually say lumber instead of wood when it comes to this sort of thing. Walnut furniture was once quite popular in Ul'dah. Mayhap we could revive that tradition. Or better yet, produce a sturdier base for a new vamplate design. The possibilities are endless. Thanks to you, I am now paralyzed with indecision. Now, how you have grown in so short of a time. You reminded me of a dear friend, another soul possessed of great passion. Although we walked different paths, he pushed each other to give nothing less than our utmost. He even helped me through those times when inspiration failed me. I see much of him in you, and so I know I can hold you to the same high standards. Return to your work. Do not disappoint me, or I'll show you why I know what blood smells like on a saw. His friend's woods really inspired him. It's good to have you, Laura. Your talents are needed for a commission. The client asked... Oh, God, that does not sound good, Savacom. He did specify earlier that he doesn't like using saws on people because of the blood smell. I'm not making that up. That was in the quest. It would seem that an adventurer turned carpenter has earned himself a reputation. You are to craft a walnut cane. Okay. Here you go. Here's a high-quality walnut cane. Oh, right. He's not doing that. ... Also, I see that Hildebrand's mother is paying us a visit here. You've done well, Lore. The gentle curve of the crook appears natural, as if it was destined to take such a shape. Indeed, your skillful application of growth formula has imbued this cane with new life, giving it the appearance of unworked wood. My wood is very unworked, yes. Conjurers are, of course, highly attuned to the natural world, hence it is no small coup to craft a cane that satisfies. But your cane should meet with the client's approval. Go deliver it. Do I have to? Okay. No, it's a dummy in this case. And in the Hildebrand quest, it was a way they were obviously obfuscating who the person actually was. Aye. Oh, that's kind of a cool outfit. Anyone recognize that one? This one? I am waiting for a carpenter from the guild. Why do you ask? I am a carpenter from the guild. So this is Beaton's famous disciple. It pleases me I can finally put that face to a name. I am Gerhard. Though I myself have no talent for conjury, it is plain to see this cane is exquisitely wrought. Is this a crafting set, really? It looks cool. I mean, I like the current crafting set, the one I have on right now, which is the 91, so... Aye, the cane is not for me. It's meant for a conjurer recently assigned to my unit. Her name is Panette, a talented but stubborn soul who has thus far resisted my every attempt to integrate her into our ranks. I've been here long enough to know Gridanians can be rather protective of the city, and this can manifest in a deep distrust of outsiders. However, I cannot simply order her to set aside her prejudices. I need her to trust me of her own volition. It is my hope that by giving her this cane, she will at least accept my leadership. You'll find her in the... Why do I have to give her my wood? God! This is intolerable. But yeah, for those of you who haven't seen, this is my crafter outfit. I rather like it. It's simple, but it's elegant. And I also really like the pouches that kind of come with it, which also form a bit of the suspenders. The hat's okay. I accept the hat. So Pillars of Snow says, how would you improve each of the jobs you don't enjoy? Well, I can't improve Ninja. That's a me problem, and I know that. So I wouldn't touch Ninja. I'm not sure what I'd do as Scholar. I'd have to actually put some real thought into that. Black Mage, I would tear to shreds and rebuild from the ground up. And Blue Mage, I would tear to shreds and rebuild from the ground up. Any questions? No, I'll answer you more in a minute. Hang on. How long does a captain intend to keep me waiting? Does have any idea how little time a conjurer has to spare? Here, have the cane. A gift? That Alamegan kept me waiting this long for some trinket he did not even see fit to deliver himself? Typical! These foreigners truly don't have the first idea about... God, is this a walnut cane? So finely wrought, I can scarce believe it's man-made. To conjurers, our canes are the physical representation of our connection to the living world. They provide a focus for us to channel the forces of nature and weave spells. To possess a cane made of walnut is a dream most conjurers share, and I am no different. I see the beauty of this cane and the heart of the man who made it. That an outsider could craft this flawless cane. I have been cured of racism! It is clear you have worked hard to learn our ways, as has Captain Gerhard. I cannot thank you both enough. Though I do not deserve this cane, I swear I will do my utmost to clear. God, I wish you could just do that, you know, and it's just done and we're cool. Whatever. I'd have to actually think about Black Mage a bit more. Machinist is a little bit easier. The problem with Machinist is my main issue with it is that it's the Elementalist problem. It's a lot of work for no gain. It doesn't feel like it has the oomph that it really should. And the only way to change that is to actually change the balance of the Machinist. And that's a problem because that's balance, right? So you can see how that's problematic. So I'm not sure if fixing Machinist to make it enjoyable for me is actually possible. That being stated... That's what I do. I mean, that is my knee-jerk reaction. Maybe reduce some of the... It's an interesting... What is that sword? Maybe reduce some of the specifics of how many abilities they have. Actually reduce the number of abilities they have and boost the damage on some of the, you know, the combo abilities or the unload abilities that you get at a certain point, so it feels more like you're doing something. I don't know. Food for thought. Black Mage is much trickier. I knew it would not be easy pleasing her, but I never doubted Beaton's finest could deliver. I wonder how is he? He's still working too hard, I presume? So it goes. Anyways, I need to go to work. Yeah, I know that feeling. Oh, it's a carpenter thing. I was like, what is that outfit? I don't recognize that one. Anyways. I've got some hot chocolate in game. I don't have anything in real life. I have death chocolate. It's really good. Welcome back. Client was satisfying. Client was not a conjurer. Everything's cool. So who was the client? I only received their messenger, and I cannot fathom why they wouldn't come in person. Gerhard? I thought him far from Gardania on campaign. Why did he return? Why wouldn't he not meet me in person? We've known each other for years. Hell, I can only assume his duties leave no time for such niceties. I'm glad to know he's home and well. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Hang on just a sec. You see all these wonderful carpenter saws you're giving me? I'm throwing these on the ground in front of you. I just want you to know that. I want you to watch as I toss these on the ground. I ain't part of your system. Okay, we're cool. Lord, you grow more popular with every commission. Take the walnut cane. You remember, don't you? The one you crafted? It must have left quite the impression on Gerhard, because he has once again requested your services. Okay. Oh, I guess I'll give it to you. There you go. Throw it on the ground! Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Some carpenters claim that oak is ill-suited for use in longbows, that other wood is preferable. But I would say you've chosen your materials well. This particular specimen is both hard and elastic. Yeah, no kidding, Rax. I see no reason to believe it will take a permanent bend. Of course, we have you to thank for that. The finest materials are nothing without a skilled craftsman to mold them. Indeed, this longbow is a testament to your ever-growing skills. Gerhard will approve. Why do I have... Okay. Okay, so... Let me start by saying that I'm gonna saw Rax in half. Okay, now that we've done that. One of my biggest problems with Black Mage, as weird as this may sound, is its structured mana management, as well as its pseudo-balance mechanic. I honestly feel like both of those are not fun to begin with, and more to the point, are not particularly super well designed. I know this because my least favorite class, my least favorite spec by far back in WoW for the longest time was Balanced Druid. For those of you not aware of why that's kind of a joke, did you know that literally every expansion up until Shadowlands, yes really, counting vanilla, by the way, has changed how Balanced Druids work. All of them. Sometimes it's a minor change, but in several cases it's been a total overhaul. I actually kind of like how it works now, but that would take some time to explain, so let me get back to the quest. Here's your longbow. My word, I see my faith in you is not misplaced. I have a young archer in my command who will be thrilled to receive this. It is of critical importance. My squad keeps its weapon and armor in good shape. Our reconnaissance missions often require that we spend weeks in isolation without any form of support. In fact, we leave for our next mission on the morrow. Unfortunately, this means I must once again postpone my visit to the guild. If Beaton complains, just give him a piece of quality lumber on my behalf. Okay. That's kind of a strange little drama-y kind of a thing to say, but whatever. But anyways, I think we can all agree that Black Mage is the worst class in the game. Any questions? No. Okay, for real. I find Black Mage awful. It is by far the worst class for me. That's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. I hate this class. However, it's entirely possible that several of this is just due to the fact that I just don't enjoy the play style. Excuse me. To use another parallel, there were several points in... No! Giga Pudding! There are several points in WoW's history as well, where another class called Arcane Mage had the exact same problem. Dancer, by the way, is the best class in the game. But the way that Arcane Mage worked is you would cast a spell, and that spell would take a chunk of your mana, and then you cast a second spell, and it would take twice as much, and then you cast a third one, and it would take 3 times as much, and so forth. And the point with Arcane Mage is you're supposed to empty your mana almost constantly, and then do stuff to refill it, and then empty it and refill it. Sometimes they've managed that. At the current point, Arcane Mage is actually pretty legit. But when they first implemented that system, it completely sucked. So as you can see, Black Mage combines both of those elements. You are supposed to empty your mana and then refill it, and then empty it regularly, and you're supposed to switch back and forth between two separate things. You're supposed to go over here to Umbral or Astral, Frost, and then you're supposed to go over here to Fire, and then bounce, 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 bounce. Excuse me. I understand. We are both professionals with responsibilities that cannot be ignored. Even so, it gives me cause for worry. I do not question his ability as a commander or as an archer, but irrational as it may be, never mind. Okay. Lord, you devil, if I didn't know better, I'd say Gerhard has smitten with you. He's given you another commission. It's a bow for him. This has to be perfection. Okay. Here it is. Even experienced carpenters can find constructing a composite bow to be a daunting task, with the complexity of the design and the variety of materials required. But the resulting product is well worth the price. This union of wood, bone, and sinew possesses the power of a self-bow more than twice its size. This makes it ideal for archers who must travel with minimum supplies and cannot afford heavier equipment. No matter how I search, I cannot find a flaw with your craftsmanship. Your materials, your execution, it is all, for lack of a better word, perfect. It comforts me to know that Gerhard will wield this formidable weapon. Deliver to him with my blessings. Now, the question of whether I would change Black Mage is a much trickier one. Because it's not that hard to think the sentence, I don't like this, but someone else does, right? So do I think Black Mage is fundamentally broken? Yes, I absolutely do. But I think Black Mage is broken in a way that several classes are broken, aka the it's not the real class until X level problem. We've talked about that before. And that is a very complex solution. There are solutions to that problem. They're not fun. They take a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of careful and precise rejiggering of abilities and mechanics in order to make that work. So, whether that's even a feasible solution or not is debatable. So, here you go. Super Bow. What's that? Beaton thought this was me. Oh no, this is from one of my archers. I have a perfectly serviceable bow, which has served me for many years. Beaton ought to know. He made it. Ah, those were the days. He was the young initiate, I the aspiring serpent. He wasn't always so damn cocksure, you know. Back then he was full of doubts and questions. The maple longbow he made might not look like much to you, but it was the perfect weapon, and I intend to use it until the day I die. Not that I intend to die anytime soon, of course. Anyways, if you'll excuse me. Okay, that's a little weird, but sure. Oh look, it's Giga Pudding's mount in micro format. Looks like a bunny as it runs around, doesn't it? Anyways. Someone asked what my favorite of the starter areas is purely aesthetically. Gridania. It's actually irritating because I hate this place in lore, and its quests suck. But visually and audibly, the sound design, you hear the, like listen for a second, you'll hear birds and little wisps of wind. You hear all that? The visual and audio design of Gridania is legit. Kane Senna, I think, is her name? She's okay, she's just not a good leader, or commander, or anything other than, you know, mage. She's a good mage. He still uses the longbow I made it as initiate? I didn't think he kept it. But he deserves a better weapon. I should offer to craft him a new one. Till I die. What nonsense. Surely that longbow is no more than a mangled stick at this point. If it were to break in battle, he would only have himself to blame. Ugh, I can't stand idly by while he... No, I should give this more thought. He's an experienced soldier. He would not be so reckless. Sorry, you may go, Lore. I agree with what Rax just said, firmly. I know I don't have, you know, Eno Chain or Leyline, but even with what I have, the rotation of Black Mage is so fundamentally different. depending on which level of roulette I'm doing. It's just kind of like, hang on. I usually have to... Go ahead and make fun of me. It usually takes me a few pulls in whatever dungeon it is to be like, right, this is what I'm supposed to do at this level. I do agree with what was already said. Both Monk especially, but Summoner as well, have just... The overhaul has really worked to make it so that the core class mechanics are moved forward enough that it feels like a Summoner before, well, at about 50, honestly. And again, same thing with Monk. I mean, we were showing this off. I was doing Monk because we were doing several of those dungeons, and I had access to a huge amount of my rotations, plural, at like level 30-something, and that was awesome. Yet Machinist doesn't change a lot in certain ranges. Once you're at 50, you have... Where's Machinist? There it is. At 50, all you're missing, you don't have Bioblaster. You get that at 72. And you don't have Drill, which I forget what you get that, but you don't have Drill yet. I think that's it, really. Like, this gets upgraded. And this gets upgraded. And, like, all of these get upgraded. But otherwise, I think Machinist stays mostly the same. Past 50. It's weird. Because I think it's one of the only classes like that. Most of the classes have something where it's chonk post 50 that really changes how you play it. Like Dragoon. But anyways, sorry. Back to being a carpenter. Not now, lore. I have too much on my mind. I did not intend for things to become so heated, yet Gerhard refused to listen to reason, and I... Never mind. Leave me to my work. If you still desire company, go talk to this other person. Okay. I mean, it's true, Cashel. It's the eternal cycle. Some people refer to that as job security. And yes, as Lunarith pointed out so amusingly earlier, they always found it difficult to balance druids. They did. They have. They have had so many issues with that class. There's only 2 other classes that have been changed as much as balanced druids. Sorry, specs. That have been changed as much as balance druids. Redditans. Can you guess the other one? No, I'm just going to say it's warlocks in general. Warlocks have had a lot of overhauls over the years. Especially Demo. My god. He's been like that since Gerhard left. He had some commission for some guild, but Beaton wouldn't accept it because of an old bow or something. I don't know. There was shouting, Beaton threw him out. They were both acting like children. Sorry, younglings. I don't know if I'll help, but maybe you should talk with Gerhard. Okay. I'll go talk with Gerhard. Oh yeah, someone actually asked earlier what's my main in this game. I don't have one. It's the same mentality I had back in WoW. I don't really have one class I consider more central than others. I just play whatever. It's one of the reasons why I'm cool with bringing whatever to any of these dungeons or raids we do. It's because I'm cool with whatever. If I had to pick mains, well, that would be Gunbreaker, Astrologian, Dancer, Red Mage, Sage, White Mage, Reaper, and also Samurai, if I'm being honest with myself. I should probably just move that back up there because I love Samurai. There we go. No, up here. No, here. There you go. And those 8 are my mains. Laura, what brings you here? Ah, so you heard what happened. It's unfortunate the children bore witness to our dispute. Even more unfortunate, I must ask you to become involved. My request was intended for the Timbermaster himself, but since he has refused me, I have no choice. I need these 3 things as fast as possible. It's for a mission of grave import, which is why I first approached him, but you can probably do this. Okay. Well, fortunately for you, I hit the auction house earlier, so I got that stuff ready to go. Hey, Maverick. Yeah, I mean, technically my main in WoW right now is a Demon Hunter. But... I feel it necessary to apologize for my earlier behavior. It was unbecoming of a timber master. So you agreed to fill his order. Well, let's see what you wrought. Here you go. But yeah, I have like 15 mains in WoW. Or at least I used to, back when it was worth doing. You chose your bow staves wisely. I see no imperfections in the yew, which would interfere with performance. Rosewood reinforcements are solid. Sinew is of excellent quality. I have no objections. This is the first time I've judged a halberd of yours. Fascinating weapons, halberds. Do you know they were a Hellsguard creation? Their marauders first used them to repel mounted units. A skilled wielder could pull a rider from his saddle. Ow. As for this particular halberd, I have no criticisms. In fact, given the quality of the blade, I can't wonder if you've been studying blacksmithing. Don't tell him. Even if you were pursuing other disciplines, this crook presumes you have not neglected your carpentry. Luxurious reddish browns of the mahogany, the entrancing greens of the jadeite. It's a true expression of Gredanian philosophy, a triumph of craftsmanship made only with necessary materials. Bravo. I was wrong to deny Gerhard, but thanks to you, his squad will not suffer from my stubbornness. I only pray he reconsiders my offer. Ah, you may proceed with delivery. Lena with Summoner, White Mage, and Beastmaster. With that setup, Blue Mage would be a good additive. Beaton had no objections. Excellent! Then if you would hand me the weapons. Here you go. When we first met, the quality of your work was already impressive. I must say, though, that looking at your most recent products, it's clear even to me that you have grown tremendously, both professionally and personally. Or maybe it's more obvious than contrasted with Beaton's... No, that's hypocritical of me to say. I am as much to blame for our squabbles as he. I swear when we fought, it was as though nothing had changed. Whatever. Thanks. Go away. Okay. So yeah, I think my final answer to your question, Pillars of Snow, is the only change I would make to Black Mage is move more of its core mechanics further forward. The same thing they did with Summoner and Monk. Other than that, I don't think I would actually change anything about it. And I can't change anything with Ninja, because that's a me problem, and Machinist is whatever. Was he pleased? Oh. Once again, he fails to deliver his farewells in person. Whatever. I tried to reason with him. Offered to replace his longbow, but he refused to face reality. That bow will not last another moon, if even that. But my fervent protestations fell on deaf ears. I allowed my temper to overwhelm me, and I said many things I now regret. But when he returns to Gridania, we shall have much to discuss. I pray that day comes soon. Narrator. He died in 3... No. Hang on. Last quest. Last Carpenter quest. Oh, Lord, it's horrible. It's so horrible. An officer from Adder's Nest came to speak with me in the North Shroud. They found Gerhard's longbow. I saw the fragments myself. It was the self-same maple longbow I made all those years ago, which means he... I wish to be alone now. Go be with your loved ones, or go play with the younglings. Okay. Ross asks, do you think Inner Light changed Picard's disposition towards children or family in general? No and yes, respectively. Despite Season 1 Picard being Season 1 Picard, as I've said before, Picard is very fatherly. But I do think he became far more of a family person after Inner Light. Or at least I'd like to think that if Inner Light was actually relevant after the episode it came out in, because screw continuity. Oh, Laura, it's good you weren't here when Beaton heard the news. He went on a rampage, howling like an animal, breaking anything in reach with his bare hands. I don't think we can help him this time. But if you want to try, you could give him some really, really good wood. Like the best length of wood you could find. The game said it, not me. Don't at me. Here is the best lumber that I can find. Why have you returned? I told you I wish to be alone. It's even listed as lumber right there. Here. This is an exquisite length of rosewood lumber. He even calls it lumber. Truly the culmination of decades of growth and maturation. I know you mean well, but it's no use. My thoughts remain with Gerhard. Like a young sapling, he matured into a magnificent tree, only to be cut down before his... Wait, what am I saying? He's no sapling, he's one of our finest, and the scouts found sign of a skirmish, but no bodies. He must still be alive. He and his squad are out there somewhere, isolated, low on supplies. I know for a fact he only carries one bow, so if that weapon's broken, he could be defenseless. He needs a new one set, but I'm in no condition to craft it. In my earlier foolish tantrum, I injured my hand and have not the strength to grip a saw. You must make him this bow, and some savage materia, and then seek him out, and then give it to him. You are my only hope. Okay. As it happens, I already have all this stuff on me. I think? Oh, I have to meld it. Oh, okay, hang on. Where's this stupid bow? Wherefore art thou, bow? Meld. Savage aim 3. Yep, there it is. Yep. 100%. Achievement get. Okay. There we are. Hey! So which of the characters / bosses would you want to see from previous FFs that FF14 hasn't added yet? Emperor Geshtal and everyone from FF6. Any questions? No, I'm joking. Optional bosses from the FFs, specifically? I'm going to open this question to the chat, too. What's a good optional boss? You know, Omega style. From a previous FF. Well, I give this bow to him. What are you doing? Take cover, you fool! It's fine. I've got a bow for you. We've already fought Gilgamesh. Twice. There's no place for a carpenter. A bow? Did Beatin send you all this way to deliver a bow? Oh, God bless that stubborn fool. I should have listened when he said my maple bow was at its limit. My thanks. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done. Died. Or run home. One of the two. Nice shot. Yeah, we've actually fought a few FF7 bosses, but we haven't fought Genova. Although that's probably a good thing. Beatrix would be alright. But only if she instantly wins after you kill her. Oh my gosh. What is the name of that stupid boss? What about Ultimate Weapon? Oh, right. We have. Today, actually, Dream Whisperer. I could kiss you, Lore. He lives. Gerhard lives. I owe a debt that can never be repaid 1,000 times over. Thank you. You came to us as Seedling, but now you are Heaven's Pillar. There's naught else I have to teach you. You've inspired me to reflect on my own deficiencies. Minor though they be, I would be remiss if I neglected personal development. Although you are no longer under my tutelage, I trust you will continue to hone your craft. Very, 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 very few characters in this game from previous FFs are the same character, Luneruth. Gilgamesh is one of the exceptionally rare few. So I remember this stupid thing, because it looks like this. This is the... Why is this a saw? Look at this thing! Look at it! Anyways, I'm gonna throw that on the ground, like you do. Get rid of all of this stuff. We're gonna do a little inventory sorting, just really quickly here. Yeah, you can literally cook eggs on that thing. It's a freaking frying pan. Also, he wants me to go... so, I have a somewhat unusual request. Find the owner of an errant spear. A member of Gridania's finest brought it to me after discovering it during his patrol. It is Ishgardian. Go to Ishgard. 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 Okay, okay. Thank you. Okay. That's Carpenter. I gotta admit, I'm not what you'd call super impressed with the story of Carpenter. It was a nice little personal story between the two, but they never really did anything with it. And it was mostly implied. So, decent stuff, not great. Throw it on the ground. There are several of these things that I don't need at this moment. The Arshian Ishgardian, oh my gosh. These. These. Let's see, what else we got here? Dried plums. Yeah, a lot of innuendo, for some reason. Oh god, I can't think of his name either. Mugumaguga, blah, blah, blah. Fugu, fugu, fugu. I can't think of his damn name. Get rid of this. I can't think of anybody's name today, jeez Louise. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do that, let's do that. What is his name? Master Georg? No, that doesn't sound right. I can't think of anybody's name today. Norg! I was close! Thank you. Norg, yes. Master Norg. As you start fighting him, he starts shouting about that pathetic married couple. Anybody who's married in the raid gets stunned when he says that. There we go. So we're gonna pay it forward a little bit. Or just super cheap, super cheap. Anybody needs this crap, enjoy. I might not super cheap that one. This one was expensive. We'll undercut it by a little over half. This is a lot of crap. Where is all this crap coming from? Oh my gosh, look at all this. Yeah, let's get rid of these things. These things someone might need. Unfortunately, you can only put 20 items per person up for sale at a time, which is a problem I have run into multiple times in my career. I'm sure no one else has ever had that problem before. Yeah, marriage is actually a mechanic and a thing. Alright, everyone, don't go in married. The very next fight actually gives you a buff if you're married. That would actually amuse me entirely too much. No, not that, not that. I might not have enough room to sell all this crap. I hope someone finds some of this useful at some point. If not, it's whatever. Yeah, well, I guess we'll stop there. We are going to go ahead and make a little bit of money super quick here by selling all these Alagans things we've been gathering for all these quests we've been doing. There we go. Let's get that stuff out of the inventory. Help pay for the thing we're about to buy. And by thing, I mean things. Many, many things. Okay. Let's do the next one, shall we? What did we already do? We did Carpenter. Let's go ahead and do Blacksmith next. Okay, now Blacksmith. as usual, I am at the very first step of the quest. Make sure we have plenty of room. Yep, we're good. Decide what I'm gonna do. Actually, why don't I... Whoops. Just kind of get rid of these really quick. And... why do I have... oh, that's... why is that on me? That shouldn't be on me. Oh, that's why. Yep, okay, nope, that tracks. Okay, cool. I need 1 bronze ingot. Most expensive thing ever. I shouldn't make fun. This is gonna get pricey, I'm sure. While I'm doing this is a perfect time to answer questions. Let's see. What's the next question in the queue? It says, is the sea serpent thing... oh, I already actually answered. Wow, we're behind on that. How would I rate Taurus crafting? Actually already answered that one. Aren't you missing drill? Already answered that one. If all life in Eorzea was made of ether, if we were injected to that world, would we instantly die? Is that even air they're breathing? That is a damn good question, Lunarith. I don't know, of course, because everything here is made of ether, but it brings up to mind one of the reasons why, when it comes to the tier questions, the most commonly asked tier is 3, aka you are adjusted to fit the setting that you're being tossed into. Because otherwise, as you say, we might not even be able to breathe. Never mind what kind of diseases, or if we are compatible with the food types. There's just all sorts of questions, right? We usually don't have to worry about that stuff. But if it comes to being dumped into a setting, well, those questions suddenly become relevant. Next question. Cashel says, I have friends who are major fans of the series who disagree on this point, so I'm curious. Does everyone in lore... oh, we actually talked about this earlier. Use a soul crystal? Does Kosetsu use a samurai? Does Thancred have a gunbreaker, etc.? Or is it purely gameplay conceit? So, unfortunately, the answer is it depends, because that's always the best of all answers. But there are several soul crystals which are very clearly unique, and then there are some that are very clearly not. That being said, I do feel like it's kind of similar to a conceit over in World of Warcraft. For those of you not aware, there's a concept in WoW called a Hearthstone. Now, a Hearthstone in gameplay is something that takes you back to where you were, right? It's like, there you go. The catch here is that's an extraordinarily useful thing in lore, which is why it doesn't really exist in lore. Excuse me. Oh, don't mistake me. It is an actual thing in lore. There is such a thing as a Hearthstone in lore, but they are extraordinarily rare. And in fact, I think there's been a grand total of 3 total in the history of the thing. Like, in the history of the entirety of WoW's history, there have been 3 confirmed usages of a Hearthstone in lore. The reason I bring that up, though, is the same general concept. It's obviously primarily a gameplay conceit. But there's nothing saying that it cannot also be a narrative thing, depending on the specific circumstances. Now, that being said, the whole point of the Soul Crystal in lore is that a Soul Crystal is... it's kind of like materia back in FF7. So, on the off chance you don't know what that means, in FF7, materia is literally crystallized knowledge. The reason those things give you access to things like abilities and modifiers and spells is because it is literally the knowledge of the ancients on how to cast that spell or how to use that ability. Same general concept. So soul crystals contain that kind of knowledge. One moment, I lost my place. Here we go. We're down here. God, these are getting expensive. Whatever. Whatever. Living with it. It's a shame you can't buy gold in this game, let me tell you. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Just being able to buy gold. Yeah, holocrons is a good comparison for those of you familiar with Star Wars. In short, to put it simply, just because someone has the knowledge and capacity to be a samurai does not mean they have a soulstone of it. They might literally have earned that the hard way. I have Kata. I'm super unimpressed with it because it's literally just gems. There's not much to say about that. Here's some stones you can use to upgrade your gear's stats. The end. I mean, it's not a bad system. It's there, you know? It's Diablo 2 again. Okay, let's go do blacksmith. Where's blacksmith? Lanacea. Got it. Caspian says, I watched part of your VOD and you said you're getting rid of the Worf effect. Is it because you don't like that aspect of his character, or you don't like how it makes Klingons stupid evil by contrast? Neither, Caspian. The whole point of getting rid of the Worf effect is the fact that Worf effect is a dumb narrative trope. Don't mistake me, it can, and has, been used to good effect, but by and large, the primary purpose behind such a thing is, where is this? There it is. It's a cheap shorthand in order to establish someone very quickly and efficiently. And while Worf effect can be used to good effect, we've actually seen examples of that in FF14. The scene where the ultimate weapon smashes down Garuda effectively in one shot, that's Worf effect. So Worf effect itself isn't necessarily bad, but Star Trek almost never uses it properly, and it leans on it way too hard. That's why it's called Worf effect. It's because they kept using it on him over and over and over. It loses meaning after a certain point, you know? So that's why we're discontinuing the use of Worf effect, because if we do that, then we'll do that when we feel it's worthwhile. We're not just going to do it constantly like they did. And I already answered the job question. Excuse me. So, welcome to being a blacksmith. Never forget, a smithy's hammer is his one true love. Friends will betray you, lovers will leave you, but that hammer will do you no wrong. Ow! Seeing you standing there reminds me of a less ale-sodden version of my younger self. We ain't a congregation of soft-handed scholarlies here. Smithies learn by doing. Make a bronze ingot. It isn't complicated. Just smelt copper and tin. Okay. I don't know if I can do this thing. This is too much. Here you go. Yeah, alright, lad. Better than that. You sure you haven't done this before? I am level 90. But that's not my ingot, I'm going to be honest. You see the little engraving on the side? Yeah, that's not me. Honestly, this isn't what I'd expect from an adventurer fresh off the street. You might be bleeding natural. Or a level 90, one of the two. This ingot you've made me is on par with those our veterans produce. You can take this down to Hawker's Alley and find a buyer in no time. Fire Got's watching over you, no doubt about it. You've got talent, but don't let it get to your head. Okay? I've seen plenty of folk get drunk on early success, only to puke their guts up later, because they forgot talent's worth bugger all without hard work and dedication. So I'll tell you what, keep it simple. Practice the fundamentals till you can smelt bronze in your sleep. When you've made that kind of confidence, as only comes with experience, come back and I'll teach you something new. Okay. Cashel asks an interesting question I'm also going to pass off out of the chat. What, if anything, would you change about the core mechanics of FF14, assuming tech debt wasn't an issue, or it could be resolved? So in other words, if you could just Q-snap something about the mechanics of FF14 to be different, the combat mechanics, excuse me, what would you change? Praise the builder. I was afraid you might have joined up with another crew. The thought of it pained me so much I was down at the wench till the morning bowls. But here you are, brimming with potential. And with some extra meat on your smithing arms. Yeah. So, something new, something new. Right! Make some hammers. Okay. Go. Seems these weren't no fluke. This is some impressive work. Now, a layman might look at this and say you just stuck a piece of bronze on a maple stick, but you've done a damn sight more than that, whether you know it or not. A hammer's transmog isn't combat, Mr. Red. If we're extending it to all mechanics, that's a substantially different question, but let's leave it within the realm of combat for now. A hammer's a tool, and the head's got to grip the shaft for tens of thousands of strikes. What's more, when a smithy's pounding a red-hot piece of metal, the hammer takes up some of the heat and swells to the touch, which isn't a problem unless it's a poorly made piece of garbage. Take it from me, lad, there's few things more embarrassing than flinging a glowing hammerhead over your shoulder straight into the eye of your newest apprentice, even if he did eventually get his sight back. Ow! Oh! Rax, is that why your eyes are different? I better reckon your hammers won't lead to incidents like that. In short, I'm happy with you done. I'll spare you both the don't rest on your laurels speech if it's all the same to you. Stating the bleeding obvious is best done with a drink in your hand. Here, take this. A hammer suffice for simple smithing, but for these kind of things, you need a secondary weapon. Hey, Finny Hoary. Thank you for the well wishes. Lord knows I need them. I have my answer, but I don't know how to express it properly. I wish that enemies would not commit before they adjust. I've complained about this a few times, and I've shown it off on camera a few times, so forgive me for trying in vagueness to explain what I mean. Let's say I'm a tank. And I'm like, alright, I'm over here, and I'm gathering the mobs together. This really only matters for trash mobs, but, you know, whatever. So, I do a fling on that mob over there, a fling on that mob over there, and a fling on him, and I hit him, and then I drag him over here. Well, that mob over there is aggroed to me. Their icon is red, and they're targeting me. However, this mob over here hasn't finished committing to their action they were doing before I aggroed them. So they wander over here, and they go, rrr. Then they turn and come over to me. And I hate that. As a tank, tanking trash is just such a pain because of little irritations like that. So that would probably be the biggest thing I would change. They're probably thinking, how do you change that? Obvious. Allow actions to interrupt other actions. So when I say commit, I mean it. That mob has the action in its mind of move up to this enemy. Maybe even use an ability. Not always. It depends. And then, think of it like the stack in Magic the Gathering. So, hang on, I'm doing this, then doing this, then doing this. So first I have to move over here. Sometimes I use an ability. Then I've changed aggro because now I'm angry at you. So then I run over here to you. I would rather have it be so that once the aggro table changes, that actually interrupts the stack, throws it up to the top, and then the enemy immediately comes over to you. This is what most MMOs do with regards to their aggro mechanics. The moment you pull them, they cancel what they were doing, and they immediately rush to you. I feel this would make tanking trash, specifically, substantially snappier and less frustrating. It would also be interesting from a wall-to-wall perspective, but that's neither here nor there. You know what, lad? It may not be my place to say it, me being your guildmaster and all, but I like you. I really like you. Together there's not, we can't... Why are you making that face at me? Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. You're just the most promising pupil I've had in God's knows long. I was just waxing sentimental. You can't honestly tell me you don't get a bit emotional when you've been out the night before and... Forget it. Working hard? I can tell. But this is just the beginning. You see, the art of blacksmithing is deeper than the deepest ocean, and if you plan on getting to the bottom of it, you'll need to, sink? No, that's no good. Alright, how about this? If you mean to set sail for the faraway land of, smithing mastery, you must, you mustn't try to make the journey in a dinghy. Ah, hell's with it. Make me some rivets. Good analogy, boss. Very, very inspiring. You've done it. These rivets are perfect. Ah, but don't take that to mean they're special, because they ain't. You see, rivets have got to be perfect. I'll tell you why. If you're pounding something and your hammer breaks, you can just grab a new one. But it's a whole other story when your rivets fail. Ever had an airship? Marvelous things, but bloody complicated. Now imagine you're a dozen mobs above Limsa, and your fancy boat starts springing rivets. Might as well be from its engine, might be from its hull, doesn't make a difference. Whatever it is, you're buggered. If I was on that airship, lad, taking in the gorgeous view as the confounded contraption tumbled to the earth below, I'd be cursing them rivets with all my heart. Oh, and the person who crapped them out, too. We wouldn't want that in our conscience, would we? Which is why we always make quality products which stand the test of time. I feel like this lesson needs to be said to a few companies in real life. To help you learn the importance of quality, I want you to try smithing for paying customers. Start by having a word with this person at the wench. Okay. Sure. I admit I don't like snapshotting personally, but snapshotting is also kind of mandatory. And the end, really. So, I wouldn't get rid of snapshotting. Not now, lad. Can't you see I'm struggling with a matter of great import? Being a Forge Master isn't all drinking and debauchery, especially when Hanaza's breathing down my neck. We're a business, she says. It's our job to ensure Naldic and Vermelli stays profitable, or some such bollocks. To which I say, now look here, you greedy shrew. We're making a mint off our commission from the maelstrom, aren't you? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said shrew. But any road, the greedy shrew then starts yammering about expanding into new bleeding markets. Says we should sell in more to the tree folk in Gridania. Says I should be the one to develop a plan of action. Seven hells, I'm a smithy, not a merchant. I've never even been to Gridania. Oh, it gets worse. See, we need a man with connections, don't we? Someone who can make arrangements with the tree folk. So Hanaza goes out and finds one. Right clever bastard from the sound of it. And orders me to go meet him. And so I goes and meet him, only to find it's none other than bleeding Faezar. I'd sooner bash in my own teeth than talk to that piece of... Wait, I know how to deal with this. You talk to him! Good delegating, boss. Excuse me. You're on Brithil's behalf, huh? I might have guessed. That whoreson doesn't realize the trouble he's in. Well, it's his neck. I'll work with you, Smith. I'll even keep my diction simple. Taking instruction from that drunkard will have dulled your wits. Now listen. Dealing with Gridanians is no different from dealing with anyone else. Everyone has needs. Just a matter of identifying and fulfilling them. So. They have no steel. They have an insular, isolated nation that has long sought to survive without relying overmuch on foreign trade. The Calamity changed that. Half a decade ago, with no end to rebuilding in sight, they have been forced to open their gates to adventurers, and where there are adventurers, there is demand for weapons and armor. Quality. Weapons and armor, mind you. My Gridanian context would accept nothing less. I'll need some samples, so bring me some samples. Bring me my oh, you have the samples. Oh, okay. They're in my face. They're through my face. These will require closer inspection. Inside, Smith. You made these weapons. I must confess, these are actually pretty good. I thought you no more than Brithail's errand boy, but it seems I was wrong. Only a true smith can make these pieces. As I rather suspect you are aware, a poorly wrought weapon can cost a man his life. Be it brittle, blunting, or unevenly weighted, every flaw will serve to hinder its owner on the battlefield. Not so this Spatha, well-tempered, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And this Labrys is a work of art as well, simple, solid, and more than capable of cleaving a fishback in two. If even a relative newcomer to the guild can produce this work of quality, then my contacts have naught to worry about. These samples will convince them of that. Seems you saved your mentor's job. You just leave the rest to me, Smith. There's nothing easier than selling an excellent product. You know, you say that. It's actually wrong. There's nothing easier than selling a cheap product. Especially a cheap product they can get fast. Yeah. Yes, it is in fact unrendered man. He's been showing up several times for the crafting quests, Mr. Rudd. Which Star Trek episode did time travel the best? Time 0. Just the lad I was hoping to see. You're a bleeding godsend, you know that. You'll be happy to hear the tree folk were mightily impressed with them samples you made for that son of a... Even the shrew had to admit I did a good job. But who gives a damn about business? You're here to smith, right? Go smith. I should probably mention they ain't selling iron at the present, so, you know. Anyways, go make something with materia. Here's what materia is. Materia. Woo. Here's the materia tutorial that they all get. Yep. Materia. Starting to wish I'd asked for 2 of these so I could keep one for myself. You really should let me buy you a drink sometime, lad. You've done a lot for me, and I don't want to think me ungrateful. In fact, I'm wondering if we ought to put your skills on display more prominently. Really show our potential customers what the guild has to offer. No need to fret about that for the time being, though. You just keep hammering away, alright? Take it from me, lad. You'll do your best work when your only concerns are the hammer in your hand and the vision in your head. Yeah, truth be told, this isn't a problem. But the crafter quests and the gatherer quests are very patterned. There's always you can pretty much see that each quest has a template that they spread across all of them. And that's fine, because all of them need that template, that exact same template, because all of them need to be done as a tutorial. Because the presumption has to be that this is the first crafting quest or the first gathering quest chain that you're doing, right? It might also be the only one you're doing. So they have to design it that way, and so some of these quests are pretty repetitive. Some smithies might be content to eke out a living selling cheap tools and weapons, but not you. You won't be satisfied until you're the best. That's the stuff. Always seek to better yourself. I respect that. If you've no motivation, it's only a matter of time before your work starts to suffer. Your customers look elsewhere, folks start whispering your best days are behind you, your wife runs off with that damn merchant. Next thing you know, you're just another poor sod drowning your sorrows at the winch. But that won't happen to you, will it? You won't end up like me, will you? Anyways, there's a bloke in town who's looking to buy a boatload of steel, but he won't place an order until he's sure we can deliver first-rate stuff. So, go deliver him some first-rate stuff. Okay. This is the high-quality quest. Again, following the pattern. We meet again. Assuming you're here to deliver the steel, know this. If it's not first-rate, then piss off! Okay. Very well. Inside, Smith. You know, I have a name. Just saying. Quite how you've learned to smelt such excellent steel, I won't know, but I do know it had naught to do with your wretched mentor's teaching. Harder than iron, not so rigid as to be unworkable. Excellent. Good. It cannot have been easy determining the exact quantity of bomb ash required to achieve such a balance. Speaking of which, how did you acquire the ash? Don't tell me you went and slew the void scent yourself. Well, I may have bought it on the auction house. The markets are hardly a reliable source, I know, but risking death in a fiery explosion is beyond reckless. Still, if that's what it took, I admire you. I suspect your forge master will soon be receiving good news. I only hope he remembers to toast your name when he adjourns to the wench to celebrate. I have a feeling our boss has a booze problem. I don't know, it's a vibe I'm getting here. Anyone else getting that? Is that just me? You know, it's probably just me. It's probably just me. I'm just gonna leave here for the moment, because I just realized I should be doing something to really showcase this. Let's see. Why doesn't Blizzard just do again what they did with Legion and make tons of class and profession quests? It works for FF14 and it worked for Legion. That is a damn good question, Linerith. Now, the typical answer, because there is a typical answer for that, would be that WoW's development cycle is nowhere near as tight as FF14's. Now, I don't want to disparage WoW, because actually it's because they do things substantially different. FF14 takes a lot of time and effort to design, right? However, a lot of what they do is because of templating. Let me walk that back a bit. The reason they could put out such quantity of content in X amount of time is because there's a lot of templating going on with FF14, right? the standardized nature of boss design, or the standardized nature of cutscene design with the animations and the dialogue, and a huge amount of it just being animations plus text. Now, I say just, obviously that's a lot of work, and I'm not trying to dismiss that, but it is a completely different approach. Now, maybe WoW should take that approach and do that in order to push out more content with less time, but they don't for whatever reason. So what that means is if WoW was to do that again, they would need to take longer time with each patch. Now, you're probably saying, they're already taking forever with each patch. That's the other problem. What I'm speaking of is WoW at their height, when they actually had legitimate and talented dev teams doing what they were doing. They don't have that anymore. So that's actually the core problem. I don't think WoW is capable of putting out that level and quality of content as it used to. This one, right? So in an ideal world, everything would be cool. No, Ross! God! What's wrong with you? I mean, hi. How are things? So yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. It is something that is probably not actually possible at this point in time. And even if they had an ideal team, they would have to sacrifice something or change how they operate in order to make that happen. I'm not saying they couldn't, I'm not saying they shouldn't, I'm just saying they would have to. Ooh, those are pricey for some reason. Von Falkenstein says, does FF14 as all Asian MMOs sell marriage items? I have no idea, actually. Are there marriage items in this game that they sell? I've only ever gotten married in a game once ever, and it was literally just because I wanted a specific item that you get for getting married. Asheron's Call, by the way. So, would be my answer. Screw it, I'm just gonna buy 99. Whatever. Listen, all I'm saying, Dr. Winter, is if a... Why is that 42,000 gil? Just gonna make one of those. Screw that nonsense. Jesus Christ. And there's not even any of those at all. Okay, okay. What? Make my own crap here. Jesus. Alright. Hang on. You got it. Mr. Red, you go get married to... Rax. No, Valerian. No, Reggie. There we go. You and Reggie are perfect for each other. I'm sure it does, Valvedrix. I'm sure it does. Slow nod. As I say, we've got someone to make the outfits, but we don't have anyone for the drinks. Oh, those are... That's definitely not a bot. XXXXX and TTTTTT. Jesus. Gosh darn it. Okay, hang on. Fun thing. So, I mentioned Asheron's Call. Actually, Asheron's Call was relatively simple in how you would get married. All you had to do was go buy a specific marriage invitation. And that marriage invitation would send you to one of the marriage areas, or you could just go there manually. And that's where you'd get married at. No real issue, right? And then you'd share the items, and then you'd get the stuff. Cool. Here's the thing. The best and most expensive marriage spot was on the Isle of Visayan, which may sound familiar because I borrowed it from the Primus campaign, the Visayan Isles, the V Isles. Anyways, Point being, I'm trying to think of how to put this in FF14 terms. Imagine if you had to drop in, in order to get married. Here. Just gonna let that sit there for those of you who know what this area is. The enemies are still aggroing you, by the way, and they're still a problem. So in order to have the wedding, you would actually have to have members who are participating in the wedding who was actively killing respawns as you were participating in the ceremony of the wedding. Whether that's a good... Oh, God, that's huge. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, there we go. Whether it's a good or a bad thing is up to you, but it is certainly a true thing nonetheless. Craft. Where's my abilities? Where? Oh god, I'm probably staring right at it. Is that it? No. It's a level 8. There it is, trained eye. That's what I want. Trained eye. And then just make. Just make the thing. This is weird looking, by the way. Like that's armory, armor making. Oh, whatever. There, made some stuff. Okay, now. That's interesting. I'll take that. Scroll down a bit. So let's see, other questions. Does the game canonically ever acknowledge the existence of healing magic items? Yes. As with... Jesus Christ, those are expensive. As with most games of this variety... I do. Okay. As with most games of this variety, the way healing usually works, magical healing, is that it can only heal to an extent. Like, you know, let's use a direct example. This is actually something that's true in several D&D settings as well, so this kind of applies that way. Let's say that you get stabbed to the chest. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh my god. And there's a giant sword sticking out of your chest, and they pull it out, and there's this hole, and your organs are damaged, and all that stuff. The general logic here is the closer you get to when that injury happened, the easier it is to heal. So magic can actually make that be restored if you manage to get to them before they're just allowed to sit for a while, right? Make sense? If, however, that happens, and then all of the subsequent damage that follows that, all of the catastrophic systemic damage that follows that, because their lungs can no longer operate and the blood starts pooling into certain areas, and you get, like, infection inside your organs and all the other things that'll happen from an internal injury like that, well, it gets harder and harder for magic to heal it to the point where magic actually can't heal it. And that also brings us up to death. This is one of the reasons why you actually cannot be resurrected from the dead in most magical settings, this one not excluded. This is why most Final Fantasies also make the distinction between downed and dead. When you're downed is when you've been knocked out. You're at 0 HP, but you're not actually dead. Oh, God, that's expensive. I'm just going to eat that one. Whatever. Just going to eat it. Just going to eat it. Whatever. Hey, guys, this is the reinforced mithril Elmo. I'm not joking. It's right there. You can see it. So whenever you see someone go down in combat, in lore, they're not actually dead. They've just been brought down to 0 HP. This is also something that's true in D&D, like I said. When you're put to, 0 health, you're not actually dead. No, damn it. Oh, that sucks. You're not actually dead. You are simply at 0 HP. You then start to do death saves, and if you fail your death saves and everything goes badly for you, then you die. There's also subsequent rules. For example, if you take damage while you're at down status, you automatically take a death fail, or 2 death fails. Someone can also coup de grace you while you're downed, which just straight up kills you. Also, if you take, I forget the exact number, but I think it's like twice your total HP in damage in a single hit, then you just go straight to dead instead of going to down status. Stuff like that, right? So there are extra ways and rules for this to work, but the overall point is that's how magical healing works. Sorry, this is taking so long. Didn't realize I'd have to actually craft for this. God. Crafting for Crafting Quest. This is terrible. So I suppose I'll move on to the next question, which is Kate Snow. Have you talked... Oh, yes, I did talk about materia. Was there materia in 1.0? I don't remember. I feel like there was. Yeah, I feel like there was. I know that was after I quit. Or I never got to the level where it was at, one of the two. These super quick. And done. Okay. Now we've got that. I do actually need one last thing here. Welcome to crafting, by the way. I feel like this is a very accurate way to display crafting. I'm not actually joking about that. Okay. Sorry about the delay. Moving on. Get rid of this, get rid of this. Have I played any of the Rants games? I've never even heard of the Rants games, Von Falkenstein, so I'm going to go and go with no. I think you're lying to me. There are no such games as the Rants games. Or is it Ransay? Ransay? Dude, I don't know how to pronounce that. But no, either way, I've never even heard of them. What is better, WoW and Tor's limited trade skills? Okay, so that's actually a good topic, Von Falkenstein. So here's the thing. WoW's crafting sucks, right? We've talked about this. But the... Whoop, wrong class. But the catch here is there's also another problem with WoW's crafting, and that's that you can only have 2 of them at a time. You can have... I think it's 2. Maybe it's 3. You can't have all of them. You can't do what I have done here. You cannot be all of the crafters on one character. You are limited. So, here's the thing. Let me just go ahead and say that I prefer the FF14 method, personally. The benefit of the WoW method is WoW is more alt-friendly in general than FF14 is. That's not saying much. FF14 is frankly alt-hostile. This is also a downside in its own right, though, because balancing and bouncing inventory between alts and characters in order to make something you want is just kind of irritating, right? So in short, even though WoW does make it easier to make an alt, to have the crafting, to make your stuff, it doesn't make it more interesting or fun. If there was a way... So I mentioned the crafting bank, the crafting inventory, which is a whole thing, which is cool. That's great. The downside with that is that you can craft from that, but only on your one character. I've actually been waiting for a while, because WoW has the tech to do this. WoW has shared banking. I've been waiting for a while for WoW to have a account crafting bank. And you can just craft from whatever's in that account bank. This one step, it would be a bit of a tech issue, but I think they could do this. This one step would make crafting on alts way better. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 actually does this, if you're familiar with it. Guild Wars 2 has a account crafting bank. Guild Wars 2 also limits you to only having so many crafters, by the way. But with that simple step, that hassle is gone away, so there you go. You have the ability to actually be able to shift between characters and say, grab, 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 and all the materials you get on every character all go into the same pot, which makes crafting way simpler. But even, again, in this case, while they have that extra issue, I find myself wondering, why bother limiting the number of crafters per character? I don't see a benefit from that, either from a design perspective or from a tech perspective. Just let them have all the crafters. What's the detriment of that? The only possible positive I can think of is trying to enforce making alts, but even that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And they have other methods to do that which would function better. No, please forgive me, I need to go check something real quick. Now, one other thing that's a distinction between WoW and Guild Wars 2 and FF14 in crafting. You may have already noticed this because I've already shown it off unintentionally several times. Let's say I want to craft something for a blacksmith. Oh, I should craft something. I'm ready to synthesize. And then I sit down and I start synthesizing. In both WoW and Guild Wars 2, it does not work that way. In both WoW and Guild Wars 2, you have to be at a crafting station to craft with that particular thing. You need a forge for a blacksmith or an engineer. You need a loom, or you need an enchanter's cauldron or whatever, right? You need to actually be at the specific thing, like this. Now, you don't have to be right next to it. It basically gives off an aura. And as long as you're within this aura range, you can craft. This is another one of those decisions that kind of makes me tilt my head a little bit. So I actually understand the purpose behind this one. The purpose behind forcing you to go to that is to try and generate an artificial reason for hubs to exist. To give a reason for people to go into the cities, in other words. I'm not sure this is a valid thing in practice. For the most part, all this does is provides an unnecessary step in trying to make stuff, which is even more irritating if you're trying to make multiple things. Like, okay, let me go to the forge, and let me go over here to go over to, the blacksmithing station, Kong. Okay, and then I gotta go over here and find the loom, which is actually on another deck, so I gotta go find this place over here, and blah, blah, blah. It just feels like an unnecessary padding step to crafting, right? Meanwhile, FF14 has no problems with letting me craft anywhere I frickin' feel like it, as long as I have access to change my class to crafter, and happen to be not in New Game Plus. So I can't do it in dungeons and stuff like that, but that's it. That's the limitation. So, that's another point for FF14's crafting overall. Something that they've experimented with, in WoW in particular over the years, is they've experimented with making it so that some of these things actually give boosts, rather than being required. So, you have to go to this specific, you don't have to go to this place, But if you're here, you get like plus 15 to your smithing while you're there. Asheron's Call actually did this too, now that I think about it. I don't know what I think of that. I mean, that's another way to do it, I suppose. That wouldn't apply in FF14 because you don't have a blacksmith skill. You have a blacksmith stats. You have these. So I suppose the way that would apply here is like your craftsmanship and your control would be buffed when you're near a forge. But I'm not sure that's any better than just flat out mandating you have to be by the forge to make stuff. I don't know. Either way, just another way that the MMOs do things differently. This is just a crafting day. Tomorrow's going to be a crafting day, too. We got a lot of crafting classes to go through. Don't worry, I'll try to buy all this crap off camera so I don't have to bore you with auction house gameplay, tomorrow. So, it was only a matter of time before folks started asking questions about who was responsible for the guild's recent change in fortunes. You heard about Costa del Sol? Uh-huh. Because that's where a new admirer lives. In case you don't know the place, it's my favorite resort. It is the favorite resort of the Ul'dah's rich and famous. That's right, I'm talking about one of them. They asked for you, but they wanted to commission their great lore runner. This could be your chance. It ain't every day we get invited to curry favor to such a wealthy, bleeding client. First I thought it was just Bigorod who was watching over you, but I'm starting to think that two-faced bugger Naldthal might have taken an interest in all. Anyway, you'll do it, won't you? Of course you will. You'd be a fool to refuse. You'll need to trouble that bastard Phaezar for the details. Oh, and it sticks my throat to say it, but you should probably thank the Chocobo's arse where you at it. He's the one who made it happen. Well met, Smith. I gather you've heard about your commission. I trust you understand what an honor this is, as well as what's at stake. The client is distinguishing personage with tremendously high expectations. Should you fail, it will reflect poorly on you and your guild. As for myself, the last thing I need is a well-connected Ul'dah telling his associates not to buy your products. Products I hardly need add, which I would like very much to sell them. In short, don't fail. Now then, I believe I saw Miss Cuswib arrive a moment ago. She's our client's representative. Okay. Hello? That outfit looks interesting on you with that skin tone. I've heard a great deal about you, Lore Runner. Oh, you're actually just a little bit taller than me, like an inch taller than me. As you may have heard, my master was captivated by the tales of your exceptional craftsmanship, and thought you the ideal candidate to undertake a commission of particular import to him. By way of introduction, my master's estate boasts the most spectacular gardens in all of Costa del Sol. Its many botanical marvels owe much to the efforts of our chief groundsman, who has nurtured them since he was a lad. The dear old fellow has been with the family for generations now, and my master feels it's past time his years of service be recognized. What better way to honor him than with a exquisitely wrought example of the tool of his beloved trade? In short, I want a plumed iron hatchet of the First Order. Anything less than perfection will be unacceptable. Oh, you have one on you. How strange. Here you go. My, though I count myself no expert, even I am sensible to this hatchet's quality. It is magnificent. Master Phaezar's words did not do you justice. You are a veritable prodigy. Yeah, will I get money for any of these extremely invasive things I'm selling to very wealthy people? Or, no, okay, whatever. Your hatchet is more than a work of art than a tool. When I run my fingers along its smooth leather grip and gaze upon its flawless, sparkling blade, I find that I am moved. It seems a great shame to allow such a masterpiece to be used for mere gardening. But tools are made for a purpose. Mayhap as the blade dulls and the grip wears, it will gain a different sort of beauty. Ah, I'm beginning to sound like our chief groundsman, such a gentle soul. I'm quite sure that he will see the artistry in your creation. Why, it may even inspire him in his own craft. You should be proud. On behalf of my lord, I thank you. Please give my regards to Master Phaezar. Sure. Hey, regards. I just grab a rock and write regards on it. Bonk! You certainly rose to the occasion. Expertly done, Smith. It seems Miss Cuswib has marked you as a crafter of outstanding skill. If her master agrees with the assessment, this may well be the first of many such commissions. But you will not get any of the money from it. You are a wasted talent, Fate, working for that fool. You may tell him as I said so if you wish. You're a damn good smith. You can do better. Can I get paid better? No. Okay. I'll just go over here and be in the corner then. Alone. Ah, there you are. Tell us how it went. He said what? Oh, that cheeky sod. Talking like he knows what it means to be a smithy. There ain't no one who knows better than me, and I've only ever wanted what's best for ye. I still remember the day you walked in here. It was today. 'Twas clear to me even then that you had a will of iron. Something in your eyes there was. Something that told me you'd give all to your craft. Not for coin, not for fame, but for the sake of making something good. I do agree with that. It's just what we need around here, so don't let us down, Lore. You got it. Thanks for the 1,000 gil commission. You know, I don't have a real vibe for how much money is in this game. How much is 1,000 gil in lore? Like to a normal person. Anyway, something evil's brewing in my belly, I tell you. Can't seem to keep anything down. Too many at the winch, I reckon. Couldn't have come at a worse time. Phasar's breathing down my neck. Ugh. And when it comes to the market, you've never met a tighter miser than old Phasar. But at the Colosseum, the man throws gold at fighters like water at a fire. They know it, too, so they ask their patron for a new blade. And once they get their new blade, well, now it's a bigger, sharper, shinier blade. And before you know it, I'm wasting my waking bells forging weapons for folk that haven't got arms enough to wield them all. Don't take me wrong, I'll take the jackass's coin, but I ain't up to it this time on account of my condition, so go make whatever he wants. If you insist. So Brathael sends you to me again. I am flattered he holds me in such esteem. As you may have heard, I have an eye for able warriors. Yet without the proper arms and armaments, my ability is for naught. Forge me one of these. Fail me, and I may be forced to abandon you immediately and... Oh, right, there you go. Never mind all the previous excellent examples of everything. I will abandon all previous contracts over this one perceived slight because I am a jackass. And clearly the antagonist of this entire story. You've come with my gift. Excellent. Excellent. Yes. Yes. I demand nothing short of perfection. And that's what this is. Yep. Yep. It's really cool. I cannot wait to see it used on people. I see my trust in you was not misplaced. I'm sorry, I gotta read that one line out loud. Hang on. He just said, "The glory of the steel booge you have forged me shall be sung in the screams of those who stand before it." Dude, you have a problem. And I kill people for a living. In-game, not in real life. You know, Lore, the contracts you've helped the guild secure ought to make us a fortune if we can find the hands to keep up with the demand. Yeah, can I get some of that fortune, please? I'm spending a lot of money on these quests. No? You... Okay. Here. By Grot's beard, who'd have thought that brutish tools of force could possess such beauty? The hammer's claw evokes the elegance and ruthless efficiency of a golden beak plucking worms from the ground. It's flawlessly counterbalanced asymmetrically by the face. Not my wildest forging fantasies could ever envision laying eyes or hands on such a perfect hammer. It's too perfect! To look about the daunting heights of perfection would discourage even the boldest of budding blacksmiths. On the other hand, it'll put those uppity smithies in their face. Besides, it'd be a crime to hide this hammer away. You're welcome, I think. Hang on. Let's hypercharge. Which one of these? Oh, that's hypercharge. Okay. That's an interesting idea. I don't know. I feel like getting rid of the entire overheat mechanism is not the right choice for fixing Machinist. I admit I would probably enjoy that change overall, but I find myself thinking that's probably not the right call. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'd have to give that some thought. More thought than I'm currently giving it. Hey, Offshore Twitch account. Offshore Twitch account says, what is your 2 favorite video game soundtracks? Final Fantasy VI, And I'm not sure of my other one. Probably a Mega Man, if I were to guess on the matter. Unless I can count all of WoW, but that's super cheating, so I'm not going to give that answer. Yeah, I held on to it until you hopped back on. Yeah, exactly, Valvedrix. You see why I'm like, well, I would like that, but I don't want to get rid of that. Like, the rapid fire phase is legit, and it's part of the kit of the machinist. It just doesn't feel as cool as it should. I will admit, one thing that might kind of work is turn machinist into more of a build payoff. So imagine you activate hypercharge, and rather than making it so that you can do heat blast because you're overheated, just kind of eject heat blast and make it so you can't. No, let me think about how to do that. Make it so that your ricochet and your Gauss round charges essentially don't go away while you're in hypercharge. So in other words, 4 and 6 you can just mash infinitely while you're in hypercharge and just get rid of heat blast entirely. And then once hypercharge runs out, you're back to however many charges of the 2 you had prior to that. So you get to keep the mashing, you get to keep the rapid fire phase, and it feels a little more build payoff. And of course, because you've gotten rid of heat blast, you can move some of that damage into the 2 abilities, so it feels like you're doing more damage. I don't know, just spitballing ideas here. What are my 2 favorite non-video game musicians or albums? So obviously a composer is cheating, but I will say John Williams without hesitation. And other than that, Evanescence, for lack of another option. It's a good time to be a smithy. Clients are banging down our doors, clamoring for our wares. And you have had so... This is actually one of the worst crafting story arcs I've seen so far. I'm really disappointed by this one. Like, he's kind of okay, but it's really just been... He's a down on his luck, past his prime smithy. Who is a drunk because of the aforementioned down on his luckness, and there's an asshole merchant who doesn't like working with him. And that's the story. Carpenter at least had the whole personal story of the local wood whaler and the carpenter who have been friends since childhood, and how they've been kind of bouncing off each other. You know, there's a bit of a character story there. This is nothing. I'm actually really disappointed with this one so far. Anyways. Do me a favor, put that in your in the question queue really quick for me, Harriet, so I can give it the proper time and attention. Listen, there's a woman, her name is Muriel. She is a muse and a genius, a portrait of grace and beauty amidst the carnage of war, expertly versed in every technical discipline of combat. Muriel is more than mere gladiator. She's an artist. If she were to paint the battlefield red, only the finest instruments will result. Give me the finest instruments so I can do this. Here's the finest instruments so that you can do this. There you go. That's true. Geralt, who, by the way, is actually an interesting character, is drunk non-stop. In fact, he does better work while he's drunk. That's not me making a joke. That's actually true. Geralt's cool, though. I like him. Yep. These are cool. Yep. Uh-huh. The Shamshur is terrifying. You're amazing. Go give them to her. Do I have to? I do. Okay, where is she? Fisherman's Guild. So I don't know what Geralt's final story arc is, because I have only gotten to a certain point in Shadowbringers. I don't know if he's an Endwalker. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. But I have not, and honestly probably never will, finish the Shadowbringers arc. I would effectively need a prefab willing to smash a raid for me, like, 4 more times, which is just an insanity in order to finish that quest arc. Which, by the way, I really disagree with that. That is a weird requirement for progressing a relic quest, especially since it specifically requires the Delibrum. And Delibrum I have issues with in general. I do think it is not as well designed as some of the other raids and things that they have. And as a direct consequence of that bad design, it kind of bleeds over to the relic quest that goes through that. Thankfully, I've done it once, twice actually, so I can, you know, get past that in the narrative when we get to Boja, but otherwise it's still kind of frustrating, you know. How? Okay. How do you do, fellow goer? This is also not the... How do I go forwards? Oh, God! All the doors are shut. Can I go down? Cannot go down. This is an interesting problem to have. Yeah, we'll talk about Rowena when we finally start to interact with... We technically have actually already met Rowena. We just haven't really dealt with her yet. So I haven't really discussed her yet. Is there a forward here? Aha! You, I need to kill you. Yes, this is the gift promise. It's good to know Feazar is a man of his word, although personally I prefer a man of action. Show me your wood! Most impressive indeed. I am humbled with your weapons in my grip. Victory is all but assured. Feazar certainly possesses an eye for finer things. Yet the eye that finds beauty interests me less than the hand that crafts it. The strong, skilled hands. Why has every woman been flirting with me across these quests? That happened to the Fishers Guild. It happened at... whatever. Okay, Harriet, let me know when. Gladiator and Blacksmith make quite a pair. What is weapon without wielder? Wielder without weapon. We complete each other. I came to Limsa Laminsa to see your wares at the old man's behest, and I found everything he promised and more. Know that in the heat of battle I will clutch them tightly in my hands, and my thoughts will be of you. They had to have Blade Turmoil. There's no way. There's no way they didn't realize what they were doing at this point. Like, this is getting silly. And it's on multiple crafter quests, too. Whoops, I actually didn't mean to go this far down. I'm going to go this way. Oh, God, I'm turned around. I'm lost! There's only one way out of here. I've got to teleport out of the ship. Yeah, okay, we're cool. We're cool. Yeah, she thinks I'm quite a catch, apparently. So Ross asks... Oh, I can finally get rid of this question, because I answered the music question. What fully kitted out, who is stronger? The Ocarina of Time Link. Whoa, that's a white outfit. Or the Link to the Past Link. That's an interesting question. So, the problem is, in pure gameplay terms, LTTP, no question. LTTP Link has stupid upgrades in combat. But the problem is most of those upgrades are pure combat, right? Like they're all on the excuse me, pure gameplay. They're all on the gameplay side of things. And it's not like Link really gets some ancient armor of blah 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 in lore like he does in Ocarina. Most of Ocarina's Link's upgrades are things that could be argued to exist in lore. So in pure gameplay terms, I'm pretty sure the LTTP Link would crush the Ocarina Link. But in lore, I think the Ocarina Link is overall more skilled. Good news, that outfit, that gladiator, done the work of 1,000,000 merchants for us since. Her name's on the lips of every Coliseum fan, as is the name of the smithy what forged her armaments. Our wares are selling faster than we can forge them, and every member of the guild's reaping the benefits. Where's my frickin' pay? Customers have been asking for you by name, but I tell them I ain't got time to personally craft all their butcher's knives and bric-a-brac. I've certainly no intention of shoveling that drudgery off on you. You know what? Thank you, Brethael. I do actually appreciate that consideration. I kind of like him. But I like him because I like the idea of the artisan as opposed to the mass production. But there's one commission that requires your personal attention. Feazar's a solemn soul to begin with, but this job's got him wound tighter than ever. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, I know I've mentioned this before. Some of you may or may not know that there's this button right here. I haven't actually shown this off yet. This is called Quick Synthesis. Quick Synthesis, the way this works, is you have to synthesize something first. And once you've built it, once you've made it once, like here, I can't show it off. But once you've made something, you can hit the quick synthesis button. The quick synthesis is exactly what it sounds like. Rather than going through the whole song and dance, you just hit quick synthesis and it just goes. Now, there is a requirement for making high-quality items through quick synthesis. It is actually a very high requirement. Your stats have to be way above and beyond the required stat of the item in order to be able to get high-quality items out of quick synthesis. But it's a good button to have. That being said, it is probably one of my only complaints about FF14's crafting. Because this is not quick synthesis. So, forgive me for talking about Guild Wars 2 for a second, but in Guild Wars 2, you know what quick synthesis is? I want to make 200 of this thing. Done! That's quick synthesis. Now, I'm not sure if that's a feasible thing to implement in 14, but it'd be nice to just kind of make it really just go and just blaze through, you know? Anyways. One of my only complaints about crafting in 14. There you are. Hear me, Lord. None other than the finest blacksmith in all Vilbren will do for this task. So renowned are your weapons that your name echoes through the distant woods of Gridania. So powerful your forge, it bent their disdain for steel into admiration. As such, a former champion of the Colosseum living amidst the leaves has contacted me in hopes of gauging your services. Okay. Sure. While I go run to this person, let's look at our questions. Offshore Twitch account has, if you had to re-review the GTA games, will you use the definitive editions? No! How do I think that will affect the score? Well, okay, if I was to use the definitive editions, it would make the score plummet. Or at the very least, it would remove positives, in addition to most likely adding negatives. Parient, this is why. Oh, wait, I can't answer this one yet. Is there any Dragon Quest game where you think the MIDI soundtrack trumps the symphonic soundtrack? Yes, all of them. I'm actually not a big fan of the symphonic soundtrack in the Dragon Quest games, personally. Just a personal preference. Whoop, is this... Where is this? I'm confused. Is this up? Let's try up. That doesn't sound right. Is that where the... Hang on. Favorite WoW trailer? Pandaria. I don't even have to think about that for more than a millisecond. Pandaria's trailer is, and I mean this with total sincerity, one of the best trailers I have ever seen for a video game, ever. The Pandaria trailer is one of those trailers where if I was to do a full analysis of it, I would have to pause it every few seconds in order to really showcase just how much attention to detail and symbolism and everything in it. Some of the best Kingdom Hearts trailers are the kind of things that the WoW Pandaria trailer managed. It is a really good trailer. Have I seen the Endwalker trailer? I think I actually have. But will I review it before starting the expansion? Yes. God damn it! Where is this stupid twat? Okay. Oh, Harian's back, but I lost the question. Like, I don't know why it's... Yeah, it's gone. It's gone from the freaking document, which is weird. But I can just scroll up. Hang on, let me scroll up. Scroll up. Is generally not acknowledging main story progression and rising to become a legendary hero in jobs and crafting missions a problem? And if so, is it worth a negative or is it okay? That's a good question. Where is this stupid quest? Is it down there? I don't see anyone down there. Wait. Nope, that's not a... Is it up? Is there an up here? Where is this stupid thing? So while I am completely lost... What the crap? Is there an up? I haven't been lost in Limsa Lamensa in years. So, it would only bother me if they don't acknowledge main story progression in, like, expansions, which I have no idea. I haven't done crafting quests in expansions, so that's all just a question mark to me. Is it here? No, I can't go... Where is this person? Hold on. Go north. Okay. Then turn left. And then I guess I can go down there. No, I can't, of course, because screw me. There we go. Turn that down again, I suppose, because, yeah, that's going to cut off. I mean, I've been down here for a quest. I forget which one, but there's a quest that goes down here. Okay. Hi, shove! An honor, Lore Runner. I appreciate you coming all this way to meet me. I am told you are a blacksmith without peer. Oh god, I'm falling off this thing. This pier. It is for this reason I've come to seek your assistance. The sword I would have you forge must befit a storied Colosseum champion, rather a man who must become one once more. This gladiator is recently returned to Ul'dah. That sounds familiar. Is this the Paladin quest? And has chosen to fight under a different name, you see. Perhaps you're familiar with the Bronze Bull? Yeah, I thought not. His performance on the Blood Sands has been less than stellar. Despite his wealth of experience, he struggles. I have seen him fight. His weapons are his weakness. But I fear he thinks himself at fault. Which brings me to my request. I wish to arm him with a quality cobalt winglet strengthened with savage materia. When the sword is ready to deliver it to Phaezar, he shall see it that he receives it. Okay. I'm still going to shove you over the edge. So, I hope you know how to swim. Or, no, there's water there. You might hit your head on the edge, though, in which case you're dead. But I'm willing to live with that. Inamishao asks... Wait, no, Harian. I wasn't done answering Harian's question. So, in short, it doesn't bother me here because of the fact that, A, making the game actually change dialogue to acknowledge other quest progression is a hell of a wormhole to go down into. On the one hand, you might say, well, it's easy because it's not voice acted and it's just text. But on the other hand, when you open up that door, you start to open up a lot of possibilities for a lot of quests to acknowledge a lot of other quests. And that just gets worse the longer the game goes on. So that's a spaghetti nest right there. Now, whether or not that should be a thing, that's a little bit more debatable. But I wouldn't ding a game for it unless it was particularly egregious. That being said, I'm not sure if they're going to acknowledge who we are by the time we get to Heavensward, because I'm pretty sure that simply by being in Heavensward, we kind of are at the point at which they should acknowledge us because we're there, right? Savage Mind, right? Yeah. Savage Mind, yeah. Oop. Yeah, I'm kind of with Blade Torval. If the game bothered to do the extra work required to deal with that kind of spaghetti logic, I'd be in favor of that, but I don't think I'd ding it if it doesn't. And yeah, we will see when we get to Heavensward, because I haven't done the Heavensward crafting stuff, other than Foundation, or Firmament, excuse me. Anyways, I'm aware of the client specifications. Here. In a most peculiar request, the client wishes to be on hand, yet out of sight for the purveyance of her gift. I shall attend to arrangements, you need only be ready. Okay. Since when have you taken a fancy to a male gladiator, Phaezar? What's this all really about? I assure you, you will not be displeased. Quite the opposite, I should hope. Pleased, then. Precisely, we come bearing a gift. A gift for me? Give it to someone who deserves it. I'm in no mood to be fawned over. Due to your mounting defeats, no doubt. Yeah, exactly. If we get to the point where it's, I've been to space, not as a meme, but as an actual aggravation with the story, that's kind of irritating. I know my record, merchant. But that's the reason I believe this gift will lift your spirits. Behold the cure for your recent woes, a sword like no other. I would love to have been in my paladin suit right now. With my relic gear on. Did you forge this, Smith? Yeah. Well, no, actually, but let's ignore that. I would be proud to call it my own. Would you pay to call it your own? Care to tell me who your patron is and why he sees fit to confer upon me such a treasure? I can only say she prays for your success. It is her hope that with this sword you will win new glory, and that these words will help you to remember that of old. The way of the sword is such that all who walk it become lost. Her words, Well, I don't see why she had to orchestrate this bummer's farce. I would have gladly accepted the sword from her in person. Oh. I thought the calamity had claimed her life. I should have known better than to think the Hellfire Phoenix would die so easily. Yes, I make good work. Thank you for demonstrating that. Now it's my turn to take wing. On my honor, I shall one day stand atop the Colosseum. No, you won't. Speaking as someone who's done paladin quests. No, you won't. Grinfar's no fool. He suspected he knew I was present the moment his words left Phaezar's lips. Why not give him the sword in person? It's complicated. Simply put, I will not involve myself directly in Colosseum affairs. Long ago, I swore never again to take up the sword or spear for sport, so it's all hammers for me now. Anyways. Yeah, thanks. But, well, this is the worst crafting story so far. I'm not going to give it a negative, but this is definitely not positive territory. Thanks, I guess. Let's grab the Ishgard quest while we're here, just so it's in our log. We don't have to worry about it. There's an Ishgardian who wants us. Really? Tell me more. In a few weeks. Well, the good news is I'm already ready to go on the next one. Right here. So we're going to immediately jump into this. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were an armorer. And of course I do know better. Until you craft something, you're like a babe with a rattle to me. I'm sorry. I have no intention of mothering you. I mean to shape you into an artisan, however hard I have to pound you. Save your sweat for the forge. I don't expect you to fashion full suits of plate on your first day. Yeah, there's no innuendo here at all. Are you waiting for me to swing my arm for you, or maybe you want me to swing my boot? Good or bad, Mr. Red? Okay, do you have to stand on her like that? Here, you twat. Completed your first task. This is the greatest ingot ever! Yep, I actually do know what bronze is, thank you. I like her outfit, though. Well, I've noticed, if I might be so bold, that Shadowlands' cutscene quality has gone down. Like, really badly, noticeably down. Like, they must have either lost or fired their cinematographer down. And that's a damn shame, because one of the things WoW has been consistently good about is its cutscenes. I mean, BFA, for all its flaws, had really, really good cutscenes. I mean, the entire arc with Jaina and Thrall, all of the actual pre-rendered stuff with Varrock. The Horde means nothing! You know, those were good cutscenes. And then we had Shadowlands, and the first cutscene in Shadowlands is bad. Actually, there's multiple, but they're bad. Sylvanas is a bad cutscene, both in terms of cinematography and in terms of dialogue. And then we get a cutscene with the third Lich King telling us, just in the most generic dialogue that exists, we are all doomed. What? Like, you can feel the quality drop down 20 notches the moment you hit Shadowlands. It's terrible. Anyway, sorry, moving on. So, I've made bronze. We have to build 3 times? Okay, whatever. You got it. I will fulfill your order for you. I'm not going to be complacent. Here! Have your stupid shields. I think these are shields. Whatever these are. They look like shields to me. Alright, excellent, excellent. Yes, yes. This is very good shield. We must keep pace with the Grand Company's orders for equipment. Everyone must keep up the pace, but also keep up the quality. We have to keep up quality and speed. Interesting. I'm not sure that's compatible, but, you know, whatever. You want me to... Okay, so there's a new builder, and she's one of the most distracted, fumble-fingered women ever to lift a hammer. If she could learn but the simplest items without constant supervision, I'd consider it a victory. So, go help her out. Okay. Where's she at? There she is. Hey! I'm supposed to help you out? Oh, you must be Lore. The guildmaster told me about you. Where's put my hammer? Alright, right. I'll be most grateful for the extra sheets of bronze plate. Yeah, sure, here you go. God, you make these himself? These are... Whoa! Nearly dropped. No harm done. Admittedly, I don't know, Mr. Ed. I would have to sit down and think about it. But I would probably try to make an actual storyline out of it rather than what they've been doing so far. The bronze is the perfect color. I always add too much tin. Did you know metal can shatter? Yes, I am aware of that. Well, I didn't. Truth be told, I've been tending to put all my efforts into the armor itself, rather than bothering with base materials. I mean, compared to hammering out glorious winged helmets or ornate greaves, measuring out metal just seems so trivial. But looking at your work, I'm beginning to wonder. I never realized how beautiful a simple sheet of bronze could be. With materials like this, imagine the sturdy, shiny suits of armor you can make. It seems I've been putting the cart before the chocobo. From this moment onwards, I will focus on the care and attention at the hand, even if it's just bronze ingots. What of you? Do you have any grand projects? I am not going to the wench to get services, thank you. Or not services, jobs. Sorry, the opposite of services. Inamisho says, have you watched the gameplay launch trailers for the FF14 expansions and patches? No. Do you plan to review them? No. Have you seen the in-engine trailers for the patches and expansions? Plan to review them? No. And have I seen them? No. Alright, moving on. Thoughts on the Warcraft movie? Good movie. Stupid in several places, but it's a good movie. The orcs were better than the humans in every way. The humans were badly acted and badly presented. The orcs were awesome and completely on point. If it was entirely about the orcs, it would be a very good movie. Any plans to bow to Harriet? Yes, thank you, Harriet, very much. I will jot that down for the King's Quest block, which I'm surprised is still going at this point. But for now, I need to speak to another novice. Okay. She's dedicated. I've never known to miss her delivery, so something's wrong. Uh-oh, okay. I'll figure it out. Mark my words. I will search heaven and earth. Oh, she's right here. Hello. Pleasure to meet you. Sorry the Forge Master had interrupted your work so you could assist with mine. I hope you're not angry. I don't know if I could endure another dressing down. As pathetic as it sounds, that's the reason my delivery's late. I just can't bring myself to work. I'm sorry, I should start from the beginning. A short while ago, I received a visit from an armorer by the name of Blanster. He's one of the old guard, a veteran of the guild. After but a single glance at the armor I made, he yelled at my work. It wasn't fit to cover a kobold's arse. And now I cannot banish the scene from my mind. His face twisted in anger, scornful words. Am I truly so talentless? The shame of it paralyzes me. If he had explained the flaws in my work, I might endeavor to correct them. But I couldn't bring myself to speak to him, or anyone, for that matter, until now. Would you speak with him on my behalf? Sure. And I might smack him upside the head with a hammer while I'm at it. Of course. A moron. I'm Blanster. If you're looking for an armorer with a skill and integrity... Oh god, I've been falling... so many people keep falling off of ledges and dying. It's an epidemic. Everyone, you need to wear masks to prevent you from falling over the ledge and dying. you know what's amiss with her work? One of the guild's newer faces, are you? Oh, these whelps get their heads filled with daft notions of cooperation and camaraderie, when they should be learning how to use a pair of pliers. I've yet to meet one of her novices who could forge an ingot worth a damn, and them ain't got the skill worth my time, which means you, now bugger off! Not bludgeon, huh? Stubborn sod. Okay, you got one chance to prove yourself as I'm being flung over this ledge. You have to give me... Wait, you have one on you? Yeah, I actually made these, if you remember. The only things I actually made in this whole quest chain. Back at last. I was beginning to think you crawled off to Ul'dah to buy the things from a back alley peddler. No, I actually made these ones. I'm still going to murder you. I just want you to be aware of the fact that your death is guaranteed, you asshole. Now go do this for a minute. There you go, good boy. Bugger me, you sure you made these myself? Yes, I actually did. Huh, seems at least one of your whelps knows the difference. Build or take me, you've got some talent. This barbet shows the character of your work, precise and uncompromising, as it should be. You've realized that forging a helmet isn't a matter of slapping a few molded sheets of bronze together. Nice. And the buckler's just as good. Small and light, damn sturdier. Didn't expect to be saying this, but I'm impressed. With this quality, you could make a tidy living. Yeah, you'd think so. But you're the exception that proves the rule. The other novices aren't fit to lick your boots, so you tell her this from me. If you've the time to wallow in wounded tears, you've the time to examine your own mistakes. There's no room in this world for craftsmen that can't criticize their own handiwork. You didn't criticize her handiwork. You said it was crap. That's not a critique. That's an insult. I could explain this to you, which is a criticism, or I could tell you that your face is stupid, which is an insult. Do you see the difference? I hate people like this, Lune Ruth. I'm with you on this. Yeah, he told her to get good. And we all know my opinion of the phrase, get good. I've never even heard of it. Offshore Twitch account. I have no idea if I'd accept a machinima for a stream of nations. I'd really have to look that up and debate that. Thank you for passing on Blanster's advice. Listen. Hug, come here. It's okay, it's okay. Ignore him. He's a dummy. He's also dead. I murdered him. You didn't hear that part, though. You murdered him? No! No! No. It was Blanster that caused the mess. The old master did always take it upon himself to weed out the weaker initiates. We're not on the best of terms, he and I, even after all this time. I've known him since we were not but wide-eyed novices serving our apprenticeships under the same master. What is this bird doing? Get away from me, bird. We always had our differences, but when our master retired, they became much more stark, and when we both put ourselves forward for the role of Forge Master, that resulted in a permanent wedge between us. It was like he was an asshole, and I wasn't. It's weird, really. Anyways, I have turned a blind eye to his behavior till now, but if he would threaten the unity of the guild, something must be done. Thank you! How fair are you? Have you had any further dealings with him? I mean, I did have to clean up a mess a couple of levels down. It's okay, a good janitor cleans up their own messes. Lest you think me unjust, I do not dispute his skill with a hammer. I do! I merely take issue with his lack of respect to those he deems inferior. He is responsible for breaking the spirit of more than a few novice armorers, and our ranks suffer from it. But I cannot, in good conscience, remove his name from the guild registrar. We must have the toxic person, because they do really good work. That's how a workplace environment works, right? I must find a way to soften his stance, and for that I require assistance. He will not unfold his thoughts to me, but mayhap he will to you. He may possess all the charm of a rabbit coral, but he does have a fine eye for talent. Okay. You're vacant, scared. Oh yeah, this is materia. This is what materia is. Materia. Oh right, other side, other side. Is there a faster way to go over there? No. Okay. At least I have something to talk about in this question, unlike the previous one. It's just an asshole. Here. What's this? You brought a shield me with materia. Impressive. But materia doesn't make up for shoddy workmanship. Alright, I'm out of creative ways to kill this guy. How should we murder him? Bugger me, it's just when they make a step up from bronze to iron that the weaker craftsmen show their limitation. The metal's harder to shape, all manner of flaws creep into the work. But there's no flaws here! You've kept the thickness nice and even. Nobody wants his shield splitting in half because the armor beat a plate too thin. Fine piece of work. Damn fine. The Veron T Disruptor. Ah! I'm not sure I could do that one. Make him review your leaky acid barrel. Here, check this out. Oh, this... twice now you've been past my inspection. I'm convinced you're the kind of skill that demands respect. So, as one artisan to another, let me ask you, what are your thoughts of her handling of the guild? I know you haven't been with us for long, but you must have wondered what she's playing at, right? If you ask me, the soft-hearted wench is polluting the place with blundering amateurs, what are armorers in naught but name. An armorer's craft keeps men alive. If he lacks the skill or experience, you've no business holding a hammer. Toxicity, toxicity. I'm just going to say toxic, toxic, toxic as we go through here. Toxic, toxic, toxic. Oh, also some heresy in there because he literally thinks that she is spitting in the metaphorical face of the builder, a deity that doesn't exist, I remind you. By refusing to get rid of the dregs, she's dampening the flames of our forges. How could she be so bloody blind? She's so stupid and dumb. Toxic, toxic. Just picture it spewing out of... You've seen what Nurgle's troops do in Warhammer 3? Picture that. That's a good question, Magister. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now. You're able to get anything useful out of him? Yeah, he thinks you're terrible. He's also a toxic mess. I think he's a Nurgle worshipper. He bemoans the dampening of our flames while advocating a course which would see them extinguished entirely. Yeah, I'm with you, lady. The order is for a single steel ingot. This is the high-quality tutorial. This is not a good design gameplay-wise. I'm going to go all the way around this area each time I turn in an item. Who the hell's Scarbrand? Alright, let's see how this is. I knew you were up to the task. You can forge steel much purer than that. Yep, I'm amazing. Can I kill you now? I swear every time we meet, you're twice the armor you prefer. Technically, for our guilds to survive, we need to be able to serve our customers. Anybody who doesn't do that kind of work doesn't belong underneath our roof. There we go. Are you really content to waste your career wiping the arses of her squealing babes? What is wrong with you? I swear to God, if this quest makes him in the right, that's a negative. I don't think it's going to. I think this is going in the direction of smacking him some sense into him, but we'll see what it actually does. You know the reference I could have made. I could have talked about the Red Lanterns, who quite literally vomit lava on people to make them angry. That's not a joke. Ah, Lord, the man whose name is on everyone's lips. Everyone wants to know whose side you will side with. The popular opinion is you're ready to take over the Planster. Those people are stupid. I have no such concerns, of course. Had you resolved to distance yourself from me, we would not be having this conversation. But that does not change the fact that your allegiance remains a subject of public debate, which threatens the unity of the guild. So, take a commission on my behalf. Okay. Hey, someone from Costa del Sol who are very rich. You will, of course, not be getting any money from this. Because screw you. This may sound familiar, but that's because we've done a quest very similar to this just a bit ago. I wonder if it's the same woman. That would actually be funny. But anyways, no, I mean, Nurgle has puke people, right? Well, actually, he has other kinds of people, but I'm not going to talk about that in public company. What in the world? Why is this goblin's name Sweet Nick's Rosy Cheeks? Okay, whatever. I don't even care. Don't even care. Don't even care. We're cool. We're cool. Is there an in-game reason or a lore reason they aren't paying you? It's an in-game reason. In-game, you're supposed to make money off of your crafting by just going and selling crap on the auction house or to other players. It looks a lot like her. Honored. What an honor to be another of Limson Laments' famed artists. A commission? Oh, there seems to be confusion. I have already entrusted my master's commission to a veteran Blandsteer. His reputation precedes him. Regrettable though the situation may be, I would hesitate to shame your colleague by stripping him of his commission, given all the sterling work he's done for us in the past. He's literally stealing my commission. Her commission, actually. Assuming the finished armor is of exceptional quality, my master will provide remuneration regardless of the hand that forges the links. I'm going to have a word with the dude who just sniped a commission, which, by the way, that can not only get you kicked out of a guild, you could be killed for that at certain points in human history. I mean, it literally is, Mr. Red. I mean, I know I keep talking about killing this guy, but let's leave joke land for a second. If you were in an old medieval craftsman's guild and you started sniping commissions from someone, that could literally get you killed. Well, if it isn't Hananza's lapdog. Yeah, I heard about your show of allegiance. I suppose Nortwhip told you I snatched the commission from under your nose, didn't I? Seems we got ourselves a thorny little predicament. I could solve this very easily. Well, I ain't about to hand the job back to you, but I don't want you to give up either. Don't you see, this is the perfect chance to see who's the better armorer. This bloke pays good coin for a reason. He wants the best. It has to be perfect, flawless, amazing, incredible. Now go craft it. Here it is. Right then, let's have a look, shall we? Yes, sniping in economic terms means moving in at the last minute or intercepting another transaction. Let's say that I have an auction up. This is the most common usage of it. And Loke is going to win this auction, and at the last 5 seconds of the auction, you jump in and say, "Oh, I offer 1 penny more," and then you have now sniped the auction. Some auctions, real life, functional auctions, not like the auction house or in-game stuff, actually have rules to prevent sniping because of how much of a problem that is. Ralgar himself would struggle to stick a dagger through that steel. It's perfect in every way. And Anza should be praising the builder for dropping a gift like you in her lap. Ah, you won fair and square. I won't lecture you anymore. I'll take your beauteous chainmail to Nortwhip and have her know who crafted it. There's an old tradition amongst armorers, in case you don't know. The loser gets the job of delivering the victor's goods. Gloat all you want. This isn't over. And then he takes credit anyways, and then we murder him. And yeah, eBay sniping is something they also have some mechanisms in place to prevent happening. Listen, FM Aylward, my expression was so gloaty, you don't even know. There's a lot of people crafting today. Look at all this. They're all wearing that same outfit. Why is that outfit so popular? Whatever. Like, is that a crafter gear that I don't know about? Greetings, lore. You did good. But you've made a troublesome enemy. Rather than dwell on this, I want you to do more work. Okay. Well, I made you your frying pan. Ah, that would be Wyrax. Thank you. I was like, it feels like there's a lot of reason a lot of people are wearing that. Truly another consummate work. I can find no flaw in its weight or balance. It's a frying pan. I mean, good frying pans are good, but... Okay, whatever. I had long intended to assign this commission to you, but your encounter with Blanster had me doubting your ability to concentrate. What? You're uncompromised. Yes, you know what? Don't butter me up. Don't do that. Especially right after you insult me. Ross says, who's the best actor on Enterprise? Connor Trenier. Followed very closely by Jolene Blaylock. Followed immediately by... Well, okay. This is debatable, but I would also say that... Oh my god, I can't think of his name! Oh my gosh. Bob! Jeffrey Combs is really up there. The thing is, while Jeffrey Combs is an excellent actor, you asked me for the best actor on Enterprise, not the best actor who happens to be on Enterprise. And while he does a good job with Shran, Jolene Blaylock does a better job with T'Pol, and Connor Trenier does a better job with Tucker. So, and yes, that is Tucker, T'Pol, and Shran in that order. They are all excellent actors, so you can pick any one of those three as your best, and it's a valid answer. So I got you your frying pan. You're welcome. I'll do your quest later. Probably tomorrow. Kind of been trying to make sure I finish this quest chain today. I always knew the crafting quest would take a while, but damn. Don't worry, like I said, I'll get all the other crafting mets done off camera, so it'll be pure crafting goodness. Then we'll move on to class quests. Bakula is not a good actor on Enterprise. He's not. I'm sorry. The first time he starts acting decently is in Season 3, and even that only puts him up to the level of barely competent. I would probably turn Bakula away from the theater if he put in the performances he does in Season 1 and 2. Now, some of that is the script, and some of that's the direction, but Bakula does not do good stuff, whereas the three other actors I just mentioned do good stuff with bad scripts. So... Blonster has submitted a formal challenge. He means to recover pride. You lost. He lost. You cost him with your previous victory. He's an overgrown, sulky child, I agree with that, who sees his fellow colleagues as not more than rivals. In his tiny world, all that matters is... Oh my god, he's a Sith! No, really, think about it. He actually is a Sith crafter. I kind of like that idea from a storytelling perspective. I would be lying if I said I didn't take such factors into account. You know my demand for excellence, but the methods we need to reach it are vastly different. Blanster would run a guild of exclusion, one in which an adventurer like yourself would be unwelcome. He may be equal in skill and technique, but it is this narrow perspective that he weighed the balance against him in our contest for the Guildmaster's chair. I won and he lost. The simple fact plays an enormous role in the enmity that now lies between us. And I'm certain that his past defeat is no small part of what fuels him to prove himself your better. I regret that this ridiculous feud has drawn you into its bitter maw. But if it means seeing that stubborn old Doldo put in his place, then I'm just childish enough to encourage you to accept. Okay. What did I think about Bacula back in Quantum Leap? I don't remember Quantum Leap well enough to give a fair judgment of his acting quality there. Do I think Bacula does a better job at NCIS New Orleans? Now, that I've seen recently, and yes, he does do a better job there. Not great, but he does do a better job there. I've had just about enough of her coddling ways. She raised a generation of slackjaws that look like armorers, but aren't fit to wipe the soot from a proper craftsman backside. Before you know it, folk will lose trust, and then years of pride and tradition will crumble. Of course, ever since you bested me, my words don't carry the weight they once did. Yeah, it's because you're a Sith who lost. By your own creed, you are now no longer worthy to be an armorer. But of course, most Sith are hypocrites. Seems like I've got to take you down a few pegs before I can start putting things right. The world needs to know that old Blanster's not to be beaten by one of Hansa's lot, even if it was a prized pup. We'll settle this the old-fashioned way. Make stuff. Wait, why are you lifting that to my... Oh, God, my face! Oh, God, why are you beating my face with your blacksmithing hammer? I mean, I know how to wield this thing. Check it out. I could probably do some real damage with this. Yep, nope, this is the level 90 version. Blanster has already been prepared, so here's my work. Hey, I already have it ready to go. This is superb craftsmanship. It seems the pressure of the challenge has done naught to cloud your eye for detail. Yeah, I actually think I made this one, too. I only made 3 things for this whole thing. It is superior to Blanster's in every respect. You think me biased? Yeah, it's true, but I mean to judge this contest fairly, and the Rogadin's armor was forged with his customary quality. But it is the brilliance of your cuirass shining all the more brightly for improving the work of a master artisan. Mithril is notoriously difficult to shape, yet the gloss of these plates, not a single imperfection. I've cast an eye over many a suit of armor, but it's refreshing to know I can still be impressed. First round goes to you. Okay. Well, let me go back over here to Jackass McGee. The hypocritical Sith idiot. Alright. She chose your armor over mine, huh? How pathetic and terrible. Your armor is... Oh, your armor is better than mine. Okay, well. But I'm still better because, again, hypocrisy. It's very important. Gotta keep the hypocrisy in. Otherwise, are you even a true Sith at that point? Next. Blanster has notified me the challenge for the second round of the contest. Defeat him in the first round has not humbled him a whit. Again, Sith hypocrite. You have gained an early lead, but keep your focus sharp. Now, according to his wishes of our vindictive veteran, for this round you're to craft several items, and you must do so in a reasonable time frame. He fails to mention what he considers reasonable, so he needs some solarates. Okay, well, the good news is I have some solarates on me right here! How did you... Never mind. I even have an Elmo on me! Well done, Lord. Your work is flawless. I would declare you victory at this very moment, but I need to relinquish this armor to the guild. As for the why, it concerns a potentially dire loss of trust and reputation. Do you recall the time you aided one of our novices with an order of bronze hoplons? Well, I'm afraid the young Swithin has failed to deliver once more. He has improved much in his craft, spurred on as he was by your example, but again the lad accepted a commission he could never hope to honor. And one does not break a promise made to the Maelstrom. They're basically the Mafia. With swords. I could drop full responsibility for this failure onto Swithin's unreliable shoulders and cast him out of the guild, but what worth is a guild that does not support its own members when they need it? Yes, that is the function of a guild! Blanster is a harsh man, but not entirely without reason. If you explain the circumstances, he may grant you a few extra days to forge your submission anew. You... Sure... I don't know how to repay you for saving my neck yet again. I'll never forgive myself if it costs you your victory over Blanster. But the compassion you and the Forge Master have shown me this day will not be squandered. This I promise you. You know why they call the noobs sprouts in this game? because they need to be carefully tended to and taken care of so they can grow and be better. I know that's a shocking concept, but believe it or not, if someone fails and you don't browbeat them over it and cut them down, they tend to get better at it. Not always, of course. But generally speaking, it works to improve them rather than to break them down. This has been my TED Talk on the fact that water is, in fact, wet. Thank you for joining me. Now, Loke says, instead of killing him and wasting his talent, why not force him to be a better person? Man, you know I'm not into mind control. You'll tell the guild have armor and make a messed up order. What I tell you, those fumble-fingered parasites are holding you back at every turn. You were meant to honor the terms of our contest, no matter the circumstances. Now you've neither the gear nor the time. This round goes to me. I am the best armorer because of stupidity. Seriously! Well, yeah, that's why you criticize and critique. You don't just say, you suck, and you don't just say, it's okay, you'll do... What is that scythe? Oh, that's a weird-looking scythe. And you don't just say, do better. That's why you have to nurture and tend and take care of. That's what that means. Final quest. I must thank you again for sacrificing your time and effort to help the guild with that order for the Maelstrom. It behooves us not to fail clients as they, no matter the reason. But as is our fate, we are rarely afforded a respite from the flames of the forge. What is with your glasses? Damn it, I can't do it while I'm in a cutscene. I have recently been informed that Admiral Merlvid will be inspecting various organizations, ours included, and their roles in promoting Limsa Lumensin's trade with the East. We're trading with the East now? The impressions made during this inspection will have a direct influence on whom Maelstrom chooses as the provider of equipment and other sundry supplies. Glanster, in his usual manner, has proposed we seize this opportunity to have the Admiral herself serve as the arbiter of the final round of your contest. Imagine how that bastard would crow if you were to suffer defeat before the commander of Limsa Lumensin's grand company. The credence of such a public failure would lend to his arguments would spell the end of the guild as we know it. You must not allow this to come to pass. Succeed in this third and final challenge hinges on your ability to forge what might be the most exquisite piece of armor in the realm. So do it. Okay. Okay, she's still here. Let's see. Examine. That is a augmented Skaven Magitech Scythe. Yeah, hi Merlweb, it's me, the Warrior of Light. How do you do? It might be dyed, Rox. I think I need to do that thing that I do. The meld, there we go. With this, meld up, meld, meld, meld. There we go. I thought about getting that weapon. All of the Tsukomyo whatever weapons are actually really cool looking. But I ended up not getting it on anybody because there were just better weapons for every class. So I ended up not getting any of them. The that weapon axe is really cool looking. It's this giant crescent. It's great. I love it. No, I've decided not to do the expansions quests just because of how stupid I am. I have given up on everything in life. That's the wrong class. See how stupid I am? I was just talking about this. And I'm never going to do all of the quests from all the game. In fact, I'm going to commit suicide right now with this toothbrush. There we go. Okay. Now we're just going to stick that in there as a sign of my death. And we're good. Moving on. Here's your goddamn armor. Hi, Admiral. Or should I say Admiral Meredith? Lore, Blanster, this is the final round of your contest. It'll decide victory or defeat. May the best armor win. Okay. Admiral, who are these gentlemen? Where are the mannequins? I find little can be learned from insipidly lifeless models. So I've taken a different tack. My men here will wear your armor or submissions instead. I see. Do you intend to have them take up various poses for your inspection? No, she's going to attack them. This is how she tests armor. She must have really loyal troops to be willing to do something like this. What kind of appraisal is this? This is actually fairly Sith if you're thinking about it. Really surprised? No finer way to test the gear than in the heat of battle. Using flesh and blood warriors is hardly necessary. What of the risk of injury? Yep, Merlwyb is also a Sith, it seems. My armor was built to withstand far worse than this. If those blokes get hurt by them oversized hatchets, then I've got no business being here. See you around, Ross. Well, it seems your claims to excellence are more than empty boasts. Let's raise the stakes, shall we? Okay, that's kind of crazy. Really crazy. First of all, her aim might have been off. Second of all, bullets are a much different element when it comes to armor. Admiral, you go too far. Such expensive equipment is of little use to us if it can't stop a bullet. And you think me reckless, my men are never in real danger. I actually carefully inspected the sturdiness of them before we began. You're not the only one with an eye for quality, Miss Forge Master. In any case, it appears we have a winner. Believe it, the shot punched through my links. What's so damn different between your armor and mine? Mine's good. Perhaps the reason you cannot answer that question is the reason you just lost to your colleague. Bloody hells. Now get a healer in here for the soldier I just shot. That was the most educational and entertaining experience. When the Maelstrom next finds itself in need of replacement, I believe I know the armor to whom we will turn. Also, thanks for saving the continent and all that. Congratulations, Lore. It was a close contest, but you've struck a telling blow here today nonetheless. Yay. Question is, does he realize his folly? Maybe you should seek him out, lest he go commit suicide. Oh, that would be such a shame. Listen, I know it's so tempting now that you are such a complete failure. Maybe somewhere in the back of your mind it's occurring to you that it might be quicker and easier to just end it all, and I've just got to say I completely agree with you. I know a good ledge if you want to just jump. It'll be really quick. There's a lot of alphas around here. At least this is a more interesting quest than the last, honestly, two. So, something going on here. Yeah, just let him walk outside. You're a level, what, 50 blacksmith? Have fun with all the enemies out there. Come to see me beaten broken, have ye? You made a bloody fool out of me. Yeah, in front of the Admiral, too. I made a fool of myself. I was just too thick-headed stubborn to see it coming. Reckon I ought to steer clear of this guild business for a while. Get some distance to think on all this. Tell that harpy she better not let this place fall to pieces. I'll be watching. Fling! Okay, there we go. That's just headcanon now. We just tripped up. Then we just leave. How very Blanster to have the last word. At least now he seems to have grasped the idea that his way is not as absolute as he believed. Only a Sith believes in absolutes. After all, the greatest source of innovation is found in our connection with the others. For instance, you know that kobold was the original pronunciation of cobalt? It was through trade with the beastmen miners we first encountered and refined the use of cobalt ore. Without such contact, it's unlikely the army you forged for the last round of your contest would even exist. There's only so much an armor can achieve on his own. It's mutual respect and a healthy dose of friendly rivalry that truly spurs the improvement of the craft. No, there must be one supreme Sith atop a pile of corpses! Blanster's gravest mistake was see his rivals as enemies. By walling himself off from his peers, he denied himself the knowledge of techniques which you were grateful enough to receive. His defeat was inevitable. Yet it was your determination and skill that taught him the dangers of stagnation. You embody everything I stand for, Lore. Thank you. Now, go to Ishgard. Oh, right, okay. Oh yeah, sorry. Lots of corpses and one apprentice. For a little while. Oh god, is it going to be that asshole in Ishgard? Ever since he lost that contest, he's been keeping his distance from the forge. Then one day he appears as if naught has happened, starts banging out a breastplate on one of the anvils. He crafts an entire suit, mumbles something to the effect of understanding the true nature of armor. When I ask what's going on, the daft sod says he intends to don his own work and go looking for battle in the wilds. And he's a big lad, but he can fight his way out of a fishing net. I tried to talk him out of it, of course, but you can imagine how that ended. Which brings me to your part in this. I suspect you're more willing to lend an ear to someone who he's not so inclined to despise. You'll find him loitering in his usual spot. Right. Well, he gets to wait for a couple of expansions. That being said, I do think that quest arc is worth a story positive. That was, as much as I bash Blanster, at least he is a well-written example of a stupid Sith. And the entire idea of having those two differing ideologies and the contrast therein in a crafting guild is actually kind of interesting. I wish they'd taken that a little bit more and really examined the two conflicting ideologies, but this is an ARR quest, so what do you want from it? So, one story positive. I just gotta remember which one that is, because I always get these two confused. Armorsmith, that was an armorer. Okay, tomorrow's going to be the day of crafting. Tomorrow we're going to do Weaver, Alchemist, Leatherworker, Goldsmith, and Culinarian. 1, 2, 3. We might get all that done with the first shift tomorrow, assuming I have everything set up properly, which I will. And if we manage all that, then we're actually making good time, because then we can move on to the Beast Tribes, which will be the next thing I want to show off. So either way, tomorrow will be crafting, and then probably more crafting. And if we manage to do Beast Tribes as well as the crafting quests, we'll go ahead and start the class quests, starting with the best class in the game, of course, which is Black Mage. So, I'll be seeing you all, or at least some of you, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.